Hey guys. This is part 2 of What If Naruto Was the Ruler of Tempest. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 7. Naruto quickly rushed Ram into her room and gently put her down on her bed. Ram still panted as she gripped her head in pain. Everyone around her was looking fearfully as the young Oni suffered. Naruto's hands balled to the point his fingers dug into his hands. They would have drawn blood if it wasn't for his healing factor and his symbiote's side keeping his self-harm in check. Wendy, on the other hand, tried to help the girl. "Don't worry, Ram, we'll find a way to heal you," she said. Wendy has not once stopped asking Great Sage for questions and analysis for how to help Ram. All she could do was find temporary solutions that at best could work for a few hours. That's if Wendy is lucky enough to find a good treatment, or find the source of the issue. Leaving Wendy too concerned to rest for the night. "Ram, does Ram have any, what's the word? The thing where you know your health for your whole life?" Wendy asked. Ram shook her head. "My sister are hardly ever apart, but I can't remember every sickness or pain she's had," she answered. "I think Lady Wendy means history of health or something similar," Rigard said. "Yeah, that. Are you sure you don't know anything, Ram? Maybe common things that always happen or anything new?" Wendy asked. Ram looked unsure. "Anything, Rem, please help me so I can help your sister," Wendy pleads. Rem thinks about it some more. "Just the horn, like I said, Wendy. Maybe it's really bad. Horns are an important part of our tribe since it contains our magical power," she said. Wendy nodded. "Okay, but what about your horn? Did you lose it too?" she asked. Rem shook her head. "No, our horns take a sort of spiritual appearance. They're not like bones, but Ram lost hers, then it's probably worse than we know," she said, looking at her ill sister. "Maybe we can grow it back or replace it with something?" Wendy asked. Ram continued to pant as she looked at all the concerned faces around her. A part of her felt angry, as if she hated the idea that she was being pitted. Hating being dependent on others when she needs to be the strong one to protect Remington. Yet part of those ideals felt questionable. Ram felt self-doubt, especially when she heard the next proclamation. "I'm leaving to find a doctor." Everyone turned to look at Naruto, who went full symbiote. "Big brother?" Wendy asked. "I will need some volunteers to back me up and we can head out right now," Naruto said as his fists tightened. "But it's already dark out," Wendy said. "And Ram's hurt right now. I'd take a small group to look for a doctor or someone with good medical skills," Naruto said as he walked out. "Everyone?" Wendy asked as the group who turned to each other. Outside, Naruto began to grab supplies and whatever else he needed for a journey of a small group, along with asking everyone at the celebration for any volunteers who are willing to follow him into the dark of night. Although most of them were unsure, seeing as the night was quite dangerous and Tempest was still very light in terms of security with all the monsters roaming around outside. "It's fine, I won't force anyone," Naruto said as he prepared to transform. When he heard a voice, "I think I can help," Naruto turned to find Albedo behind him and out of her cage. "You better not be pulling my leg," Naruto said. Why would I pull on your leg?" Albedo asked, sounding confused. "It's a metaphor. It means you are trying to mess with my head," Naruto answered. "Now what's this about you helping me?" he asked. "I can't guarantee anything, but it would make more progress than just aimlessly wandering around at night," Albedo suggested. "Tell me," Naruto requested. Albedo cleared her throat. "Before I went on my psychotic episode, I mentioned the tomb of Nazarick. It's my home and was founded by a powerful knight named Touch Me before he recruited Ain-sama, who used to go by Momonga," she began to explain. "Despite its appearance, there are several floors that function as if they were pocket dimensions, with many smaller rooms and labs. Perhaps one of them has information and tools to heal the Oni child," she finished. Naruto thought it over for a moment. "It better not be a trap," he said as his emotions were messing with his usually laid-back mind. Albedo pulled out the chains that Aranya made. "I will restrain myself if you wish. Despite certain opinions, I am the leader of the Floor Guardians and only one of them remains," she said. Naruto started to feel calmer for some reason. "You are willing to use yourself as a bargaining chip?" he asked her. Albedo nodded. Okay, we're leaving after I get a posse ready, he said. A few minutes later Naruto stood beside Albedo, who was wearing her magic-suppressing coughs. Both of them stood in front of several Tempest wolves who were being ridden by Kurt, Rigger, Panther Lily and Gobta. This is it then. It's good enough, but now is your last chance to back out if you want, Naruto said as he felt like he was too authoritative. We're with you, boss, Gobta exclaimed. Our co-leader called for help and we answered, Rigger said. Someone has to keep you out of trouble, Panther Lily said. Wait for me. Everyone turned to face Kanna, who was riding Ranga. I'm coming too, and Wendy wants Ranga to help, she said. I will help both my lord and my lady on this mission, Ranga said. Naruto nodded. Good to hear. I will just leave everything in Rigger and Wendy's hands again. Let's go, everyone, he said as he put Kanna on his shoulder and sat on Ranga. What about her? Kanna asked as she pointed at Albedo. Albedo blushed. I can't use my flight with my chains on, she said, feeling like dead weight. Naruto shot a web at her and sat her in front of him. Let's go, Ranga, he said. Just as they left the village, Kurt proceeded to fumble with a small package before tossing it to Naruto, who looked very confused by what it was. Aranya thought you might need it. I do not know what the spider mistress made, but it must be important, Kurt said. Naruto nodded. Thanks anyways, Kurt, he said. Any time, my friend, Kurt said as the journey began. 2 hours later Naruto looked around. How far is it? He asked Albedo. A few more minutes. I'm surprised by how fast these canines move, Albedo said. The Tempest wolves never fail to meet expectations, Ranga said proudly. After a few more minutes, the group came upon strangely shaped hills, where just behind it looked like a literal tomb that was on its last legs. Rather than from old age, it was falling apart due to the fact it looked like there was an ancient war zone around here. Someone should fire the maid, Gobta commented. I don't think any maid could clean this up, Panther Lily said. So in there? Naruto asked as he pointed at the tomb. As I said, there's several floors down. Though with the ring, we could easily transport ourselves to the throne room or maybe one of Demiurge's labs, Albedo answered. Then why didn't we teleport here instead of riding for so long? Panther Lily asked, sounding angry. Because the connection has been damaged. Normally I could only be sent back here, but for some reason I have to be within the tomb's range, Albedo answered again. Just calm down, Lily. We grab whatever can help Ram and leave, Naruto answered. Panther Lily sighed. Someone should stay outside just in case, he suggested. I can stay behind, Gobta said. Probably so you can avoid being trapped by a spider again, Naruto said as Gobta nodded. You guys almost left me behind, Gobta complained, remembering waking up in a web cocoon. Rigger put a hand on his friend's shoulder. I'll stay with him. He could somehow get into trouble if we leave him alone, he adds. Naruto nods. Okay then, everyone else with me then, he ordered as he adjusted the ring. Okay, so is there a button or… Zap, the group disappeared, leaving the 2 goblins behind. I hope they're all right, Gobta said. Rigger nodded. I'm sure they are all fine. Maybe it's safer inside than out here in the creepy, dark, old tomb of the dead, he said, realizing how bad this looks. Gobta started to shake in fear. Take me with you, he yelled at the tomb. I think it's too late, Rigger said as Gobta was ready to die from a heart attack. Meanwhile the wolves just sat down and whimpered in worry. Yet all of them were not aware of how tame the atmosphere seemed. If someone were to compare the inside of the tomb, inside of Nazarick, Naruto was very sure the scariest thing in his opinion was meeting the Kyuubi. That dirty sewer and the long hallways leading up to a giant cage, where he would see a giant monster that would be described in an old tale to scare children. Naturally, being an arrogant child, Naruto challenged the creature as all he could see at first was the blood-red slitted eyes and the sharp teeth that almost formed into the shape of a smile. Thinking about it after he summoned Gamabunta, that was likely the scariest experience for Naruto aside from his phasmophobia. Because Nazarick would definitely fulfill his nightmares and it took the symbiote itself to keep him silent, as he really wanted to scream in terror. You are fairly brave, Albedo said, complimenting Naruto's silence. Naruto looked at her and nodded. Yet deep down, he was still screaming in terror without anyone being able to hear. Not that they would, as they were being chased by a giant rolling ball of stone. I know it's cliché, but the Supreme Being said they found this ball to be a common trope. Something that is commonly used in a picture format called a movie. Albedo explained as they kept running until they found a hallway to duck into. Naruto stopped screaming and opened a mouth hole. Cool, they have movies here? He asked, forgetting his nightmares leading up to the rolling ball. Could you explain to me what they are? Albedo asked. I want to know too, Kanna said. Roar Naruto shivered as he heard what he considered to be the animalistic sound of an eldritch demon. Not wanting to stay too long, Naruto ordered the Tempest wolves to keep moving. He already ran into hordes of skeletons, zombies and various other creatures including a few vampires. Naruto really did not like the land of nightmare fuel and would rather go back to his happier village full of friendly and misunderstood monster and animal people. The only terrifying thing he was okay with seeing was in the mirror in his home. And Naruto wasn't referring to his human form either. I think I can explain after the undead army is not chasing us anymore, Naruto said. Pardon, but did you not unlock a new power from seeing the memories of Ain-sama? Albedo asked. Yeah, you made those other skeletons stop, Kanna said, reminding Naruto. Naruto slapped his forehead. How did I forget that? Oh wait, Nightmare Land made me forget, he said as he could hear more sounds of demonic creatures. Now would be a good time to tell them to stop chasing us. Panther Lily yelled as he saw several armored skeletons chasing them. How far do we even need to go? Naruto asked. Albedo smiled proudly. Very far. The tomb of Nazarick is impenetrable, she said proudly while earning glares. Except for when that masked woman calling herself a hero had arrived, she said. Naruto's eyes widened. Wait, that hero was here too? He asked. Do you know her? Albedo asked. No, but I heard of her. From Shizu, she was a human adventurer who met her, Naruto answered before hearing more blasts. Okay, I'm going to work up the courage to tell those things off. Next, I'm going to look for a therapist, he said. Yeah, this place is creepy, Kanna said. Creepy is the most tame way of describing this place, Panther Lily said angrily. Back in Tempest, Wendy rubbed her eyes as she tried to stay awake. By now, the slime girl was able to stabilize Ram's condition to lessen her pain. Enough to let her fall into a deep sleep. It did feel a bit better that seeing that Ram was not physically suffering. Ram, shouldn't you go to bed too? Wendy asked as she saw Ram drifting asleep. No! I want to help however I can, Rem said. Wendy nodded. I'm not sure if I can do anything myself, Remington. Only temporarily stop the pain, she said as Rem looked down. But don't worry, I can figure something out. Maybe I need to find out more about the horns. Maybe we can make a substitute, or maybe a placeholder for it, she said. Rem looked confused. She really wanted to help, but the only people that knew the most about horns were the adults of her village, who were unfortunately gone as Naruto took the time to look for them when he had to fight those rogue wizards and fight Gamora. If anything, Rem believed that Ram had more knowledge as the older twin was naturally gifted since birth, leaving Rem with one idea that was very crazy. Wendy, take my horn! Rem exclaimed. What? Wendy asked. Take my horn and put it on my sister, Rem said. Rem, that's crazy. You would get sick too, Wendy exclaimed. Rem shook her head. My sister needs me. She's the gifted one and the strongest. If anything, she deserves 2 horns, she continued to say. Wendy gave Rem a saddened look. I'm sorry, Rem, but we don't even know if that would work. We could have 2 people in need of help if we take your horn off, she said. But we have to do something, Rem said. Wendy took a deep breath. Wait, maybe your horn can still help. Without taking it off, I mean, she said. Do you think you can show it to me? She asked. Rem nodded. I can only hold it for a short while, she said as she channeled enough power to reveal a silver light in the shape of a horn on her forehead. Scan! Wendy said as she touched Wendy's horn. Rem whimpered as her horn felt weird as Wendy grabbed it, almost as if someone was pulling on a bone that was ready to break off. Rem was willing to let harm come to her in defense of her sister, but now she felt really uncomfortable. Although that did not destroy her resolve to save Ram. Analysis complete. Unlike most Oni, the horn functions as a vital organ. Like all organs, the horn has a duty, and a part of it is to control 6 elements within. The Oni known as Ram needs a way to contain the 6 elements to ease her pain and continue functioning. However, this is not a permanent solution as a horn cannot grow back or merely be replaced without an equal substitute. Great Sage explained. Wendy frowned. We can't replace the horn, she said, making Rem look saddened. But I can make the pain go away. Just for a while, she said. Rem smiled. Can you? She asked. I think, let me see if I can transfer some magic or something, Wendy said before mentally asking Great Sage about the 6 elements. Back with Naruto, sometime later after a couple of hours of traveling and trying to figure out the power behind the Ring of Ains. The group arrived at the throne room. We arrived at the throne room, Albedo said, looking happy. We need a lab, not a fancy chair, Naruto yelled. Albedo glared at him. You are not a very good guest. I go out of my way to bring you here and this is your sign of gratitude? She asked, sounding angry. Naruto's eye twitched. I could always put you back in the cage, he said. Or punish her like a horse. Like in this magazine I found in skeleton rooms, Kanna said as she pulled out a magazine. Kanna, give me that. Those are not pictures for a child, Panther Lily said as he tried reaching for the magazine. Go away, Kanna said as she pushed the Exceed away. Naruto proceeded to web the magazine away. I am not treating Albedo like a horse. This is just gross, he said without looking at the photo. Before the argument could continue, some doors opened, revealing the other inhabitants of the tomb of Nazarick. Naruto could see several maids, butlers, a penguin and some sort of giant blue beetle. Hi. Naruto attempted to greet the locals. Albedo, is this him? Is this the reincarnation of Lord Ains? Asked a butler with a gray beard. Albedo felt awkward. I know I promised this Naruto boy, but why did I agree? I could have just ran the moment he removed my manacles, she said, mentally berating herself. Before remembering something else, but maybe he had a point. Still, how do I explain my situation? That I returned as a failure and brought intruders? Gave away our most prized treasure, she thought. Well? Also, who are those two and where is your protection detail? The man asked. Hold your tongue, Seabass. The reason for all of that is Albedo trailed off as she looked at Naruto, who went full symbiote, minus the scary face. If you call this a reunion, then clearly you all lack in the department of festivities, Naruto said, mimicking the voice of Ain's skeleton form instead of his human form. Everyone looked wide-eyed and kneeled. Ain-sama, my mistake. I did not recognize you, he said respectfully. Albedo looked at Naruto with shock as he continued. I find the lack of hospitality insulting, he said. Suddenly the penguin ran forward and tripped. It is all my fault, Ain-sama. Even after all these years, I have failed to clean, he said, sounding depressed. It's fine, you admitted your mistakes and now you can grow from them. Now then, on to important business, Naruto said, still maintaining the voice of Ains. Everyone looked at each other, as if they had no idea what business Naruto meant. As if they relied on him for everything. Although it did appear that they were functioning well on their own to some extent. Despite that, they likely needed some guidance and strong leadership to overcome their difficulties rebuilding from the looks of things. Besides, it sounds like they are all in a rough spot since Albedo mentioned the hero had defeated their previous leader. This was someone who defeated and sealed Veldora away and at the same time, is stronger than Shizu. Along with any if not all of her students, since some of them have obtained respectable titles. First, I need to enter Demi's lab. There's something super important there for me, Naruto said. Excuse me, my lord. A red-haired maid spoke up. Yes? Naruto asked. Do you mean Demiurge's laboratory? Also, your words changed right now, she said, surprising Naruto. Lupus Regina, do not mock Ain-sama's speech, whispered a bespectacled maid. I just wanted to bring it up. Don't get mad at me, Yuri, Lupus Regina whispered back. Yes, my mind is not complete. That's why I require entry into the laboratory. As part of an important project, Naruto said, trying to avoid slipping up. Now then, is someone not going to escort me and my new sidekicks? My power is still far from its prime, he said, sounding demanding. Albedo sighed. Somehow this is working, she thought. Ain-sama, if you do not mind asking, why is Albedo-sama in handcuffs? Asked a blonde maid. Naruto scratched his cheeks. Very simple, really. Albedo is mine and no one is allowed to touch her, he answered, earning an annoyed stare from the succubus. I see, the blonde maid said. Lupus Regina then gave one of her sisters a high five. Albans for the win, she said. What? Naruto asked. I believe most of the tomb is a part of a shipping war, my lord, where many were arguing whether Albedo-sama or Shaltir-sama deserved to be your queen. Seabass said, sounding like he's hating himself for having to explain this. Not because Naruto didn't know what was going on. He was angry because the shipping wars was a thing in the tomb. I see, Naruto answered. Which I think is unfair because Shaltir-sama is no longer with us, said a maid with a mask. Naruto nodded. Yes, Shaltir will be greatly missed, he said. Now about that lab, he said, almost ignoring what they just said. Seabass tried to speak up again. Well, there is a way to resurrect her, but unfortunately Pandora's actor will not let anyone into. It's fine, Naruto interrupted. Now the lab? Anyone want to help a skeleton out? He asked. Ain-sama is acting weird. Poor guy, thought Lupus Regina with sympathy. Allow me, milord, said the giant beetle man. Thank you, dear friend, Naruto said, making the beetle nod. Ain-sama is sounding affectionate. He must be very emotional and trusting to us to be willing to show weakness. Cocytus thought as he pulled out a ring. Follow me, although I suggest that your company stays behind. To begin an orientation course. Like with Renner when she defected to our cause, he said. Panther Lily and Kana nodded to Naruto. Very well, how is Renner? I only just remembered them now, he said, trying to sound social. Another unfortunate casualty, Ain-sama. Along with her human pet named Climb, the beetle said before teleporting himself along with Naruto and Albedo. Kana and Panther Lily looked at the crowd. So, what's the 401k like? Bixide asked. We don't do that here, Seabass said. Panther Lily's sweat dropped. Do you guys do dental? He asked. Seabass shook his head. Is the work schedule any good? Panther Lily asked. Every minute of our lives is dedicated to Ain-sama. Unless he forces us to take a vacation, that is, Seabass answered. Kana, we need to leave. This place is terrifying, Panther Lily whispered. I want sweets, Kana said. Right away, ma'am, Seabass said as he got up and left. In Demiurge's lab, what's left of it, the trio arrived at the lab to find it a mess. Seeing as Demiurge had all sorts of crooked experiments, no thanks to his creator who was very twisted. No one but his close assistants bothered to work on the lab, which was ironic as all of his assistants were killed during the hero's assault. Naruto looked around for a moment. Is this it? He asked. Yes, sir. Is there any other business you need for now? The beetle asked. I will let you know soon. I need privacy and Albedo's help, Naruto said as the beetle man nodded and left. Naruto let out a loud yawn. My throat hurts. Does Ains talk like that all the time? He asked. Albedo thought it over. I suppose his voice did change to be more deeper. More fitting for an overlord, she answered. Naruto sighed. Poor guy then, being a nobody from another world and then being promoted to the top in just a day, he said. And what does that mean exactly? Albedo asked. Oh yeah, I should probably not say anything. To be fair, this makes me question reality, Naruto said as he pulled out the ring. Here you go, he said. What? But won't you need this to leave Nazarick? Albedo asked. Yeah, but I trust so far. The only real problem is me trying to get out of this situation without a whole army chasing after me, Naruto said, knowing the trouble he caused by lying about being Ains. That aside, what do you mean a nobody? Are you referring to our supreme being starting from scratch to reaching his high status? Albedo asked. Naruto winced. Sort of. I'm not sure if Satoru wants me to talk about it, he said. Why do you call him that? Albedo asked, more like demanded. I already told you the truth, Albedo. But I don't know if you can handle the whole story or where this whole place came from, Naruto said as he began to go through Demiurge's research. Albedo looked at the ring in her hand. I don't have the ability to see memories through the ring like you do, she said. Naruto sighed. Fine if you want. I can show you what I saw after I find something to help Ram with, he said as formed a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu, he says as several Narutos appear. Albedo sighed as she took a seat. I guess I'll just wait here then, she said, already feeling bored. Hey, for the sake of reference, what exactly does this Demiurge research? Naruto asked as he went over some binders. Albedo shrugged. There was a rumor that he studied to see if two separate species could reproduce, she said. Care to dumb it down for me? I didn't pay attention in school, Naruto said, annoying her. Make two different animals have babies, Albedo said. That's weird, I guess that's why we don't have cow people where we come from, Naruto said, imagining humans and domesticated animals having relations. Only to remember Kiba and his clan. I think Demiurge's theory may be correct, he said, confusing Albedo. How so? Albedo asked. Back in Tempest, some time later, Ram struggled to open her eyes, where she found Wendy sleeping on a chair and Rem sleeping by her side. The pink-haired girl struggled to move before feeling aches around her head, yet not as bad as the ones she felt last night, leaving her wondering if the aches were just temporary, as she's been hiding them lately. What happened? Rem whispered before Wendy woke up. Ram? Wendy asked. Wendy, what happened? Ram asked, having vague memories. Wendy smiled. I temporarily cured you, she answered. Ram looked confused. How? She asked. Well, since your horn is important like your organs. I can't replace, but I can make your body feel like it still has some of its power, Wendy explained as Ram reached for her forehead. I don't know if we can cure it for good, but I won't stop treating you, she said. Ram nodded. Thank you, I will accept what you can give me, she said before rubbing Ram's head. She wanted me to give you her horn, you know, Wendy said as Ram stopped. What? Ram asked. I told her I won't because it would hurt her. I also know as a big sister, you don't want to see Ram in pain, Wendy answered. Ram's eyes widened in surprise. Why go so far for Ram and myself? She asked. Wendy's smile never faltered. Because I'm your friend, Ram. Everyone here wants to be your friend. Friends help each other, she said. Ram looked away for a moment. I only want to stay for Ram's sake until we can move independently, she said. I know, but that does mean we won't accept you if decide to come back someday, Wendy said, giving Ram some mixed feelings. Just as Ram started to wake up. Sister? She asked. Ram, go to sleep. You stayed up long enough, Ram whispered as she tried to put her sister back to sleep. Speaking of which, where's the imbecile? She asked, referring to Naruto. That's mean, Ram. Big brother Naruto took a search party to look for a good doctor. He still hasn't come back, so that means he's probably got a good lead, Wendy suggested, once again putting Ram into deep thought. I think I'm going back to sleep. Do you mind leaving me alone again? Ram asked. Wendy nodded. Okay, Ram, good night, she said as she blew away the candles lighting up the room, leaving Ram alone with Remington, hoping for a less painful tomorrow. Hopefully expecting Naruto to come back with a doctor or perfect solution to Ram's issue. At Nazarick, hours later, Naruto groaned as he slammed his hands on a table. All this research and nothing, he yelled. Albedo, who fell asleep, stirred awake. What are you worked up about? She asked. Naruto sighed as he and his clones were still working. Nothing, just a lot of disgusting experiments involving using human flesh as partridge for scrolls. Scrolls which are pointless to me in my situation. With the only thing I gained from this expedition being a superior vocabulary, he explained angrily. Albedo just stared at him. At least now you won't be confused by every word with 3 or more syllables, she said. Naruto gripped his head as he kept thinking. How am I supposed to heal Ram? There isn't a skill, a magic technique, or even an item, boss, that's it. A clone interrupted. What? Naruto asked. An item. We don't have on here, but every floor guardian has one world item which can pretty much make anyone overpowered. The clone shouts. Overpowered? What does a super weapon have to do with anything? Naruto asked. Not all of them are weapons per SE. Some just create scenarios and affect people in a way, the clone said. Naruto smiled. That is a good idea. Albedo, where do you store your world items? He asked her. Albedo looked away. I am drawing the line at world level items. Those things can vary in damage and are much too valuable to give up, she said. Naruto's face faltered. It doesn't have to be anything overpowered. Just something to heal or maybe turn back time just a bit, he said. Albedo shook her head. No, she said. Naruto's eye twitched. Boys, get the jelly beans ready, he ordered, confusing Albedo. A few seconds later, Albedo found herself being held down onto a table. No. Get that disgusting thing away from me, she commanded. Give me the jelly beans, Naruto ordered as a clone took a jar out of Naruto's symbiote body. Albedo started to shake around on the table. What are you planning? Are you trying to poison me? She asked. Naruto raised a jelly bean over her eyes. These are special beans. Some just have a random flavor but do no harm. The others, they can vary on levels of harm, he said as Albedo's eyes widened. Who knows, maybe one tastes like vomit, maybe one numbs your tongue, or maybe you lose all sense of free will, he said. No. There is no way someone like you could obtain such tools, Albedo yelled. Tell me where the world-level items are, Albedo, Naruto commanded. Albedo looked away. I will do no such thing. I admit I felt pity for the poor Oni and thought this would work as a form of retribution for my assault. Although you messing with me itself is a double insult, therefore you owe me many favors after this, she said snidely. Naruto frowned. Are you really going to use the fact that I found a poster with your leader's name on it as an excuse? He asked. Albedo smirked. You know, I could forgive all of this right now. If you get on your hands and knees, beg for forgiveness, and swear the loyalties and yourself solely to me and live as my underling, she said. I take your silence as an agreement, yes? Albedo asked. Open wide. Naruto yells. No. Albedo yelled as the clones held her down. Despite her skills being restrained, Albedo had enough physical strength to create a big mess. As she thrashed around and destroyed some of the shadow clones by kicking them too hard. It really surprised Naruto to see how well a woman in a dress and heels could still fight. Still, it didn't make it any easier to punish Albedo. So after creating more shadow clones to hold her down, Naruto grabbed a random jelly bean and shoved it into her mouth. When it was finally in, Naruto covered her mouth with his hands while ignoring her muffled screams of terror. Until Albedo finally calmed down and started chewing and acting more rational. When her cheeks suddenly flushed and became bright red as Naruto backed off. Are you willing to cooperate now? Naruto asked. Albedo let out a moan. I like strawberry, she said. Naruto sighed. Well, that was a waste. Naruto said. That did not get me what I wanted, Naruto said as he turned to find one of the maids there. This isn't what it looks like, he said. The maid that was here was CZ or Chizu, as she was designated. The main 6 maids are known as the 6 Pleiades, and each are a different species despite being sisters. CZ specifically is an emotionless automaton who for some reason likes cute things like the penguin butler, having no concern when she crushes him with a hug. I saw you disciplining Albedo for insubordination. You have every right to do so, my lord, CZ said, sounding monotone. Naruto's sweat dropped. Yeah, Albedo here doesn't like to listen, he said. What command did she deny? CZ asked. Naruto looked a bit nervous. She refuses to tell me where she hid all of the world-level items, he said, hoping honesty would save him. Each floor guardian has one, my lord. However, with the deaths of everyone minus Cositus and Albedo, they are all stored back with Pandora's actor in the treasury again, CZ said as Naruto glared at the still euphoric Albedo. Where is he again? Naruto asked. Just use your ring, my lord. Also, tell him I said Yoa, CZ said as Naruto sighed. My amnesia will be the end of me one of these days, Naruto said with an awkward chuckle. Without speaking out of turn, my lord, what happened to your voice? Does your new species require a new voice box like Antoma does? CZ asked. Yeah? It does. Naruto lied before CZ left a trail of food and left the room. Naruto sighed. I screwed up hard. I need to remember to do the voice. Now then, let's get those items, he said as he turned to Albedo, who started giggling. You have flesh, but I have flesh. Bone Daddy has flesh now, teehee. Boss, I think the jelly bean wasn't a dud. In fact, I think she's stoned or something, a clone said. Naruto groaned. All of you keep studying. I'm going to find those items, he said as he lifted up Albedo in a bridal carry. No. I want table. Albedo whined. I'll take you back later. Right now I need you to help me in case we get lost, Naruto said. Albedo pouted. Can I have another jelly bean? She asked. Naruto raised a brow. Sure, you can have as much as you want, he said, wondering if that free will bluff actually came true. The clones watched as their real self left, as they continued working and wondering if their leader made it to the treasury. One of them stumbled across another journal written by someone named Albert. With Naruto, after a few minutes of trying and failing, Naruto arrived in a strange room where a man who looked like a bowling ball dressed like a Nazi was sitting. Naruto looked around quickly before adjusting his voice. "Is this the treasury?" Naruto asked, impersonating Ains. The uniformed man stood up and saluted. "Ains-sama! Father, you have returned!" he shouted. Naruto cringed as he heard that. He could remember brief memories of Pandora's actor who Ains felt ashamed of. Not that the doppelganger did anything wrong, rather he was far too flamboyant and weird. "Yes, now I have an important mission and it may require a world-level item," Naruto said. "World-level item? Infinite power!" Pandora's actor said dramatically. Naruto's sweat dropped. "Yes, and it doesn't help that Albedo is drunk. I've been gone far too long and need a world-level item for an important experiment," he explained. "Very well. Let us go," Pandora's actor said dramatically. Naruto sighed. Somehow Satoru showed me memories of that guy, but not much else. I guess my mind can't handle everything at once, he thought. Albedo giggled. "I want a jelly bean," she said. Pandora's actor stopped and blushed. "Oh my, is that romantic code? Ains-sama, you lucky dog, I envy you," he said, feeling proud. Naruto hanged his head. "Let us go already, Pandora," he said. Pandora's actor saluted. "Ich stehe Zui Ren Danston," he exclaimed. Naruto's sweat dropped. "Good for you," he said before gently putting Albedo down on a couch. "Stay here," he told her. Albedo pouted. "No," she whined. "Stay," Naruto commands as he followed Pandora's actor. As they arrived at the front of a hallway filled with statues. Statues of the 41 guild members of Ain's old gown. Among the memories Ains gave Naruto in his ring. He could remember a few faces in this room along with a brief mention that Ains would one day have someone put his equipment on one of the statues. Making this place a real mausoleum in remembrance of the dead. Kind of creepy after thinking about it, but to someone like the skeleton. It was a sweet way to remember everyone. Despite the fact that they were likely still alive in the other world. Ains-sama, before you go in there for the world-level items, may I copy your form? Even if it's temporary, I would like to connect with my creator, Pandora's actor said passionately. Sure thing, go right ahead, Naruto said, seeing no wrong, yet. Pandora's actor suddenly bursted into strange flesh before turning into a symbiote. I feel perfect. Ooh, my voice sounds different, he chuckled. Naruto chuckled awkward. Yes, now then, he said as he walked through the hall of statues. When suddenly, his spider senses kicked in and he jumped onto the wall. Naruto looked around and saw the statues came to life, where they all proceeded to attack him with various weapons that the old guild members used. What the heck? Naruto thought as he avoided several light arrows aimed for him. Bastard! Pandora's actor yelled. Huh? Naruto asked. You thought you could trick me? If you were my creator, you would know that as a doppelganger, I can read minds to some extent. So I know the truth, you filthy vermin! Pandora's actor yelled in a voice filled with rage. I screwed up, Naruto thought. Maybe honesty is the best policy, he thought before avoiding more light arrows. I will also be contacting everyone and putting them on high alert, as well as locking up that treacherous succubus, Pandora's actor yelled as Naruto avoided a heavy sword strike. You have issues, Naruto shouts before jumping away from more ranged weapons. Just as Pandora's actor left, Naruto slid under statue and turned his hands into spiked balls, before smashing the head of the statue, then leaping away as several light arrows finished it off. Okay, so each golem has the armor and weapons of the 41. Yet they don't have their true power, Naruto said to himself as he began to web some of them up. Except that doesn't mean their equipment lack passive skills, he said before one golem smashed him into a wall. Naruto groaned in pain before avoiding a giant hammer. Using the lack of speed from his opponent, he pulled down his foe with his webs and brought down his heel against its head. With 2 down, Naruto still had about 35 left for some reason. From what little he knew, only 37 were made despite the fact that minus Ains himself, there should be 40. Yet that doesn't make this any easier. It doesn't matter, not all of them are going to break with brute force alone, and I doubt poison will kill a statue, Naruto said to himself before avoiding a giant fist to the head. Crap! Black lightning! he yells as he blasts the golem into several others. Naruto then shot a web line at the same golem, and pulled himself towards it at a high speed, where he used his momentum to smash his hammer-shaped fist at the golem's head, obliterating it. 3 down! Naruto said before avoiding a ninja-like golem. Flare circle! He yells. He traps it along with several others. It wouldn't too long before they broke out. Let's see you handle this! He yells as he stabs his hand into the floor, causing several black spikes to appear and skewer the golems. A good thing to come out of such a narrow hall is being able to attack multiple targets. Of course, Naruto is still in danger of the remaining statues attacking him at once. Putting that into thought, Naruto web zipped into the ceiling to avoid the golems converging onto him. From there, Naruto started to charge up a lot of Veldora's electricity into his arms. Venom Fist! Naruto yells as he jumps down and punches one of the golems. Naruto stretched his hand as it felt stiff. I was still hoping to train this power, but I guess I'm desperate, he said before his spider sense started freaking out. Quickly jumped into the air and started spinning in the air as he avoided several large shards of ice. As he landed back onto the floor, some of the golems were hit by the shards, where that beetle man and several others had appeared. You've brought me dishonor, intruder! Lying and impersonating our deceased lord and master. For that, you will face a punishment far worse than execution, Cocytus yelled angrily. Naruto sighed. I know I did a shitty thing, but if Albedo's attitude meant anything, maybe negotiation isn't your strong suit, he said, sounding a bit remorseful. Cocytus proceeded to fire more ice at him. Such things will not go unpunished or forgiven with mere words, he said as Seabass and the Pleiades came right behind him. Naruto groaned. This is the worst day ever, he said as he avoided a super punch from Seabass. Remind me to hire my own battle butler. Maybe he can deal with bullshit for me, he said before avoiding Yuri's punch. Eventually, Naruto was surrounded by both sides, causing him to get desperate in this dire situation. I haven't tried this either, but here we go, Naruto shouts as the maids get closer. Do not let him get away, Yuri ordered. Avavego! Naruto shouts as Gamora bursts from a magic circle on the floor. Roar! Gamora roars as he scoops up several maids in his mouth and starts chewing despite them resisting. Naruto started to charge up his lightning again. Damn, if Pandora's actor alerted them. Then what did they do to Panther Lily and Kanna? He asked, sounding concerned for them. The next morning, Tempest Lucky was a white exceed, and unlike what his species originally believed, they were nowhere near the level of superiority needed to dominate humans, as most weak humans with no skills in magic could be defeated by a pack of exceeds, although there are some strong ones like Panther Lily and most of the guards. Lucky himself is a normal farmer trying to make crops to feed his new home, when several intruders decided to just attack them. Gah! Stupid trespassers! Get off of my corn! Lucky yelled just as a muscular gray ogre was stepping over his crops. Let's just get out of here already, yelled another exceed yelled. I can't do that now. We're already starving as it is, Lucky yelled, continuing to express his anger. We'll grow more, the same exceed yelled. That will take even longer, Lucky yells even more loudly. Just as two exceeds dragged the angry screaming farmer, the red ogre who functioned as a leader to the group of ogres appeared, making demands as several goblins and exceeds lie defeated around him. Give us your leader, the ogre demands just as Wendy and Carla appear. What the heck? Who are you guys? Wendy asked as she saw the mess. Wendy, I'm afraid those ruffians are not the type who wish to talk things out, Carla said as the red ogre pointed his sword at them. Reveal yourself, Majin, the ogre demanded. Carla then grew a tick mark on her head. But that does not excuse your poor manners. It's customary to introduce yourself first, you savages, she said angrily. Wendy's sweat dropped. What happened to talking things out? She asked, referring to Carla's attitude. Enough of this. No human could enslave monsters without magic, the red ogre yelled before charging at Wendy. Wendy and Carla dodged the attack as the former used a flash step to appear in front of the gray ogre, who attempted to bring down his giant hammer on Wendy. Paralysis breath, Wendy yelled out, causing the brute to collapse, when suddenly the purple female ogre attempted to strike her from behind, only for Carla to come barreling down on her, making her crash into the dirt. I may lack strength, but I still have my intellect, Carla said as she stomped her human foot down on the ogre's back. Before the ogre could fight back, Carla jumped off as Wendy restrained her. "Sticky steel threads!" she called out. Carla smiled. "I know Naruto must be proud," she said as Wendy tried to replicate webbing. Before they realized, they were separated by a great wall of flames. Carla looked to the side to find an elderly ogre trying to approach her with a pink female ogre hiding in the back with an orb of fire in her palm. "Wendy, the pink-haired girl is using support magic!" Carla yelled out before avoiding a sword strike. Wendy nodded. "Okay, Carla, I'll try to think of something when we get to her," she said as a blue-haired ogre tried to attack her. "Body armor!" she calls out as her arms turns lizard-like, causing the blue-haired ogre's sword to shatter as he stumbled back. Wendy managed to push him away, causing him to crash into a tree, knocking him unconscious in the process. "Can't we just talk things out? I don't want to fight," Wendy exclaimed. "Shut your mouth, Majin! It's because of you and your Majin friends that my people, the ogres, are wiped out," the red ogre roared. "You have it all wrong," Wendy tried to say as the red ogre screamed in rage as he charged at her. When suddenly, someone interrupted the fight. Naruto OST Sarutobi theme, instead of continuing his blind vengeance against the innocent. The red ogre suddenly found the heel of a foot landing on top of his head, causing his face to hit the dirt with a big crater being formed in the process. Wendy gasped as she recognized the intruder. "Big brother?" she asked. Naruto, now wearing Aranya's gift, smiled under his mask. "I'm here, Wendy. Just in time and looking slick," he said as Wendy marveled at his new appearance. A unique outfit composed of mostly black, with leather boots, leather pants, a vest with a jacket, and matching gloves along with a mask and white goggles. To add to the design, came a black trench coat with a big spider emblem on the back. Now Naruto could officially and literally say that he's fashionably late. "I think she calls this one noir," Naruto said as he looked back at his opponent. "Now then, who's the big bully coming here to beat up my little preteen sister? Or are you so cocky and righteous you think you don't need an excuse?" he asked as he cracked his knuckles. The red ogre growled before realizing what Naruto said. "Little girl?" he asked. "Yeah, little girl. And these people are all my friends and I leave for one night to find medicine for another little girl who's sick," Naruto said before cracking his neck. "Now, are you going to quit or do you need a good but whooping?" he asked as the ogre growled. "Then you must be the real Majin," the ogre yelled. "I don't know what a Majin is and I'm not going to pretend to be anything after last night," Naruto said before pulling the ogre in with a web. The ogre stumbled at the sudden gesture before Naruto raised his arm, causing the ogre to collide with it and crash into the ground. The ogre quickly recovered and tried to stab Naruto with multiple quick strikes, which he blocked by drawing several claws from his knuckles like Logan. Despite lacking the finesse and grace of a sword, Naruto blocked each attack before trapping the blade between two claws and twisting in the process. Like a grip guard, Naruto was able to make the red ogre's arm twist, forcing him to drop the sword before dealing him a blow to the face with a boot. "Naruto, you still have to help Carla," Wendy exclaimed. "She's fine, Wendy. I had to call in a favor," Naruto said before webbing the red ogre to the ground. "And you stay put," he said, with Carla just as the shape-shifting Exceed avoided the wall of flames and the strikes from the elder ogre. She soon found a giant wall of ice blocking her view from the elderly ogre, when suddenly, the beetle man, Cocytus, had appeared. Despite being covered in multiple cracks and strange blue substances leaking from them, he stood his ground just as the elder ogre broke the ice and struck Cocytus. "You are indeed skilled, but weak," Cocytus said before slapping the old man away. "You lack honor by attacking a small child," he said. The elder winced as he sat up. "It is an order from my prince. Therefore I must accept his task," he said. "A dishonorable order, yet I fully understand your reasoning. For that, I will hold no ill will in this duel," Cocytus said as he pulled out more weapons in each hand. The old man disappeared from sight before appearing above Cocytus, who quickly blocked his attack before scratching his chest and making him fall back. The old man took a few breaths before charging Cocytus again at blinding speeds and attempting to stab him in quick succession, only realizing that Cocytus makes up for his poor speed and reflexes in strength and defense, when he eventually found a blade impaling him in the gut and making him fall. "Such strength, what sort of creature are you?" the old man asked. "I am Cocytus, former floor guardian of the tomb of Nazarick and now, commander under Lord Naruto's rule," Cocytus said proudly. when he summoned a giant wall of ice to block the blue flames. Now that I respect you as an equal despite your lack of strength, tell that small child to stop interrupting our battle, he demanded as the pink-haired ogre squealed in fear. Only for Naruto to web her up. Sorry kid, I don't want to do this but you attacked us first, he said as he grabbed her shoulder. Only for the red ogre to break free of his web bindings. Ogre flame! He yells. Unhand my sister! He demanded. You need to yield first, Naruto said as he let go of the girl and turned his arm into a spike. I will never surrender to a Majin! The red ogre yelled as he waited for Naruto to leave his sister's side. When he did, he turned into a puddle of goo and moved towards the ogre. The ogre once again used ogre flame to burn Naruto. Only for him to ignore it thanks to having a fire resistance now. The ogre then tried to repeatedly slice him as the goo attempted to reach him, with no success as the symbiote reformed and attached itself to the ogre before eventually trapping him in place. Yield, I will not ask again. Naruto demands. He restricts the ogre's movement, causing the ogre to fall to his knees. He surrenders, he said just as Cocytus appeared, carrying the elder ogre over his shoulder. He was quite skilled but lacked strength. There would have been a few times where he would have killed me if not for my arms and exoskeleton, Cocytus reported. Naruto, who is that? Wendy asked. Naruto chuckled. I'll explain in the village, he said. Later that night you can guess what happened next. That's right, another party or celebration of sorts. With the ogres apologizing due to the confusion of a recent attack on their people, which sadly only the few here present have survived. The prince, the red ogre, sincerely apologized mostly due to his sister explaining that there is no connection to the village and the people who attacked the ogres. With that out of the way, the ogres were still offered a place to stay at Wendy's behest, along with some of Nazarik's denizens for some reason that Naruto had yet to explain, but said it involved stress and lots of pain on his end. Oh, and Cocytus now respected Naruto. My lord, I thank you for your gratitude, Cocytus said. Hey, no need man. I was in the wrong and shouldn't have taken advantage of you, Naruto said, looking at the damaged guardian. But it's because of your benevolence that I live today and that you offered my people a new home. Even if our old lives are gone, Cocytus said as he got on his knees and bowed. For that, I will repay this debt by serving you, he said. Hey, I said you don't need to do that, buddy, Naruto said. Please let me serve you. So one day, I may spar with you on equal terms, Cocytus pleaded. Naruto's sweat dropped. First all of you want to kill me. Now you want to serve me, he thought awkwardly. Please let us serve you as well, said the voices of Seabass and the Pleiades. Naruto jumped up in surprise. When did you all get here? He asked as he saw the injured group. It took us a while, but Albedo lead us back, Seabass said. Also you left your smaller goblin friend behind when you teleported away. Gobta I think his name is, Yuri said. Naruto's sweat dropped. You guys, I promised I could help you guys rebuild in the future. You don't have to abandon your home or anything. Unlike me, you guys still have a real home, he said. That may be true, but even then, we've accepted that things can no longer be the same, and it's only more harmful that way, Yuri explained. Therefore, while the Supreme Beings will never leave our hearts, we know Ain-sama would still want us to be happy and let us choose our own goals, she said. So that's why we want to serve you now, Lupuregina said. Okay, well there's no use. If you guys seriously want to leave it all behind, then there's no use arguing it with you, Naruto said with a sigh before looking at the night sky. I really didn't expect this. First I wanted to save the guy I thought was my best friend. Now here I am, helping lead a village of monsters and people with either no homes or broken homes. I wonder if Granny Tsunade has it this rough, he thought. Elsewhere, with Wendy grinned as Albedo handed her a small cloth. Will this really work? She asked. Albedo nodded. Lord Naruto did not rest once until he found this remedy for Ram. It turns out he never needed a world item but just a lesser tier tool, she said. So will this stop the pain? Wendy asked, sounding hopeful. Well, there is a permanent solution but it will take some time, Albedo answered, but Wendy hugged her waist. Thank you, Albedo, you are a nice person, Wendy said, making Albedo's heart feel warm. You're welcome, Wendy, Albedo said. Fufufu, my little Wendy is growing. Such a good girl, and she's helping everyone with all her might, said the voice of Grandini. And Naruto is still being a hopeless knucklehead. Still, I give him points for persistence. The Kyuubi said. Wahahoha! Such amazing children! I cannot wait until we are all released and get to enjoy the village. Veldora said. I can't leave because of the Shinigami's seal Yubaka. And Grandini here still has to keep Wendy from turning into a dragon. The Kyuubi said. Oh, you guys might not need to worry about that. Especially with us being able to share a space. Veldora said before both creatures noticed a small issue. What? Grandini and Kurama asked. I should be angry here. You two might get to be released before I do. I will be lonely and sad, no offense Ifrit. Veldora said. This is so strange. Ifrit said, wondering what is going on between these three. Hey, thinking about it. Since both Wendy and Naruto are monsters now, would it be possible to rename them? Renaming a monster even with the same name still amplifies them. Veldora said. I doubt it, but still. It would be a good test. Grandini said. She's right, just look. I named the Gaki, Naruto Tempest. After the village name he picked. The Kyuubi said before waiting a second. See? He asked. Then Naruto collapsed as his magicule and chakra reserves appeared to either have fused or just increased in general. Lord Naruto. A lot of people screamed. Way to go, dummy. Grandini said, teasing the fox who snarled at the name calling. Chapter 8. Naruto groaned as he felt his head throb. His entire body just collapsed on its own before feeling like the entire inside was on fire. Wondering what the pain was, Naruto slowly tried to adjust himself as he woke up from bed. As he found himself lying down in the shack that he shared with Wendy. Great Sage, what happened? Naruto mentally asked. Answer. The creature within you known as Kurama has renamed you. As a creature with superior power level. It renamed you from Naruto Uzumaki to Naruto Tempest, thus resulting in gaining newfound strength. Great Sage explained. Who the heck is Kurama? Naruto asked it. Kurama is the bijou within you. The very manifestation of sentient energy known as chakra, taking the form of a fox with 9 tails. Great Sage answers. The Kyuubi? Naruto asked. Affirmative, although it appears that its consciousness is being linked to Wendy and yourself. Great Sage answered, making Naruto feel terrified. Worry not, it is merely extending its conscious while its main power and existence is within you. As Veldora and Grandini have attempted to do the same with little success. It adds. Grandini? Who's that? You know what? Never mind, I think I'm just going to get up now. Naruto thought as he slowly opened his eyes. Where he quickly found himself being tended to by a beautiful girl around his age. She had light pink hair, small horns and reddish eyes with a friendly smile to top it off. Naruto closed his eyes thinking he was having a perverted dream. Immediately blaming that perverted toad sage, Jiraiya, for thinking he was being tended by a beautiful woman. Stupid pervert. Naruto, take a deep breath and open your eyes again. There is no cute girl hovering over you. Naruto mentally told himself before opening his eyes. Where the cute girl smiled at him. Good morning, Lord Naruto. Have you slept well? She asked. Ah. Naruto mentally screamed. Yes, I am good. He lied under a calm facade. The girl smiled. That's good to hear. You've been unconscious for over a day, and that's counting the fact that you were wrapped up in a cocoon, she said cheerfully. Cocoon? The girl nodded. Great Sage, did the Kyuubi make me evolve? He mentally asked. Short answer, yes. Great Sage answered. Naruto sighed. Oh well, where? I'm sorry, who are you? Last time I checked, we didn't have a lot of pretty girls in Tempest. He asked. The girl blushed for a moment. My name is Shuna, but we have met before. I was the pink ogre, remember? You defeated my brother who was a red ogre. Shuna answered. Naruto thought it over and remembered the big fight. Where he remembered all the small ogre girl alongside the brutish-looking ogres that surrounded her. Now he was shocked by the change and was very confused until he remembered a small yet very important detail. Did someone name you? Naruto asked. Shuna nodded. Lady Wendy did, as she did my brother and everyone else. Although she lost her power and lost consciousness, she answered as she pointed behind him, revealing the little pedestal used to keep Wendy safe and comfortable. Sadly, this only made Naruto panic as he scrambled to reach the slime girl's round form. "Wendy!" Naruto yelled as he crawled towards the pedestal. "My worst fear is real. Besides ghosts, of course," he said. "Ghosts?" Shuna asked as she sweat dropped. "I always knew that we would be in constant danger. Either from dangerous monsters from the woods or beautiful people. Beautiful people are always the ones you least expect," Naruto said as rubbed Wendy's slime form. Naruto sighed after he finished. "I guess I should see how the village is doing," he said before slowly standing up. "That's good to hear. I should properly introduce you to my group. After all, we got off on a bad start," Shuna said, gesturing for Naruto to follow her. "I guess that makes sense," Naruto said as he followed the girl. The village square. Naruto groaned as the bright sun got in his eyes. He shook his head before following Shuna to where the other ogres are, only to see that they all looked better in terms of appearance, meaning that they changed like the goblins who first settled here. The four proceeded to stand and focus their attention onto Naruto, who looked curious. "These guys?" Naruto asked as Shuna nodded. Naruto was very surprised. By now it's obvious that a new name evolves a monster. It was something he drilled into his head when he turned Aranya's upper half into an attractive female. Of course, he always remembered this when he compared Rigard to his sickly old self. Now about half of these atrocious ogres now looked like they should be on the cover of a fashion magazine. Except for the average-looking guy who replaced the brutish-looking gray ogre and the old man who didn't look like he was on his deathbed. "Okay, good morning to you all. Since I introduced myself after yesterday's scuffle, would you like to introduce yourselves?" Naruto asked. "Thank you, Ains, and your diplomatic ways," he thought, remembering having taken skills besides magic. The red-haired one spoke first. "I am Benimaru, and you have already met my sister, Shuna," he said. "Good to know, and the rest of you?" Naruto asked. "I am Sui," the silent blue-haired one said. "I am Cheyenne," the purple-haired one said. "I am Kirobe," the plain-looking one said. And finally came the elder. "And I am Hakuru," he said. Naruto nods. "Nice to meet all of you again," he said in his friendly manner. "And it a great honor that you spared us. Something we are grateful for despite our bad first impression," Benimaru said with a bow of his head. "It's cool, man, just ask questions first and then pick fights," Naruto said. "So, Sign Wendy named you. What are you, 5? I don't suppose you guys turned human?" he asked. "We are stronger than normal humans. For we are Kijin now," Hakura answered. Naruto nods again. "Okay, last question. How important are your horns?" he asked, making all 5 Kijin look surprised. A few seconds later, Naruto was wrestling Benimaru against the ground. "You have 2. You can live without one, can't you?" he yelled. "I would prefer you to not assault me during our temporary partnership," Benimaru yelled. "I need this horn. Ram needs it more than you," Naruto yelled as he tried to reach for a horn. Meanwhile, the other Kijin and locals just stood there and watched. "Should we do something?" Sui asked. "I prefer to keep my horn," Cheyenne answered. Hakura exhaled. "I think someone better find a good way to mediate this situation," he said as Benimaru struggled to wrestle Naruto away. "Why do you wish to rip off my horn?" Benimaru asked. "Unlike you, Ram needs the horn so she can live her life without pain," Naruto yelled. "Who?" Benimaru asked. "That's enough," said a serious voice. Naruto stopped and turned his head to see Ram standing beside Remington, looking healthy and out of harm's way. Naruto smiled as he shoved Benimaru aside and lifted Ram into the air. Ram looked briefly surprised by the sudden movement. "Ram, you're not in pain anymore," Naruto cheered. "Of course not, while you were unconscious. That Albedo woman gave Wendy a tool to lessen my pain," Ram said, lifting her hair to show her forehead. "I won't be at the same level as before, but I won't have that aching pain anymore," she said. Naruto smiled as he lowered her but kept her close. "Then I guess I didn't need to assault Benimaru," he said, looking at the downed Kijin. "You did not, now put me down," Ram said. Okay, no need to be all angry," Naruto said, gently putting her down. "Now then, I think we better start getting organized. It's bad enough Wendy and myself were unconscious. Now it's time to get back to work," he announced. Later that evening, Hakura shook his head at Naruto in disappointment. "Was someone capable of defeating the prince? You sure are terrible without your powers," he said. Naruto groaned as he recovered from hitting the ground. Yeah, I have a lot skills and other stuff, but I feel like I've been slacking in everything else, he admits. Hakura sighed. Naruto, what exactly were your skills before? He asked. I could use the Shadow Clone Jutsu, which makes solid copies of myself, and the Rasengan. Naruto answers as he forms the jutsu with one hand. Was this all you were taught? Hakura asked. I didn't exactly pay attention the whole time. Sometimes my sensei's lectures were super boring, so I skipped out on a lot of them. Naruto answered as his spider sense kicked in, prompting him to move a split second before Hakura could chop his head. There will be none of that here. I expect your full undivided attention if you want to participate during training, he said sternly. Of course, as long as there aren't long boring lectures, Naruto said, barely avoiding another hit. The whole thing is what you will listen to, Hakura said as Naruto sighed. Okay. Naruto says, giving in. Class dismissed, Hakura said as his students left for the day. Naruto groaned as he left with the goblins and exceeds. Lord Naruto, why are you participating in the class? Aren't you plenty strong? One of them asked. Yeah, but it helps I learn everything I can. Besides, I want to lead by example, Naruto says as he strolls back into the village with everyone else. As Hakura watched his students leave, Cocytus walked towards Hakura to see how things were progressing on his end. Seeing as things were likely difficult for everyone trying to learn to fight and defend Tempest. I see you are looking well, Hakura said. My armor has been fully repaired. For that I am thankful, but how are the recruits? Cocytus asked. As you can expect, wet behind the ears and hardly able to fight against someone with experience, Hakura answered as he started walking. Cocytus nods. I had a similar experience with a giant rodent named Hamsuk and some lizard men. The lizard men were honorable but weak, and then Hamsuk was unique, he said. That aside, this new era broke the leveling system we used to measure strength. Now relying solely on skills and physical abilities, he adds. Everyone has to learn to adjust. It takes time, but even someone of my age can expect great results with great time, Hakura replies. Speaking of which, from your perspective, seeing as you fought him before, how was Naruto in terms of a fighter? He asked. Cocytus made a sound similar to a sigh. At first, he seemed like a wild animal. An annoying pest with strong abilities but still lacking in experience. He was fairly easy to battle even with all of his tricks. Except, something else within him helped win the battle, he explained. Like a brand new skill? Hakura asked. No, as if a second personality came to life and fought beside him, Cocytus answers as he tells the tale of the battle in Nazarick. Later that night, after a bad training session and dealing with some business that Benimura mentioned, he started with Wendy, which he would continue once Wendy wakes up, hopefully by tomorrow. Naruto settled down in his shack that he shared with Wendy and began to cook up dinner for himself and Kana if she wakes up. At least my body can remove toxins now. I guess the QB and whatever else my body is made up of is reacting to it, Naruto said to himself. The last thing I need is to get drunk again. Hopefully it counters any salmonella I might get. Although, that might explain why Wendy doesn't complain about my cooking, he adds before hearing a knock at the door. While Naruto left the makeshift kitchen to answer the door, he found himself meeting Shuna at the door, smiling as Shuna greeted him with her warm presence and some sort of box of some sort. Hi Shuna, how are you? Naruto asked. I'm good, I thought I should drop this off, Shuna said, handing him a gift. This looks nice, is it for Wendy? Naruto asked. Shuna smiled. It's for the both of you. With you letting my tribe stay despite the bad first impression, I thought I should show my gratitude, she said happily. Oh. Thanks Shuna. Naruto said, thankful for the gift. Is something on fire? Shuna suddenly asked. Huh. Crap. Naruto yells as he runs inside. No. 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 Dinner is ruined, he yells. Shuna peeks her head inside. Do you need help? She asked. A few minutes later Naruto sighed. Now he owed Shuna for helping cook for him. While he went to greet Shuna, Naruto completely forgot to put out the fire and almost burned down the shack. At least Shuna was kind enough to prepare him dinner despite his hesitance at making her work. Thanks Shuna, at least now it feels better now that the food has flavor, Naruto said as he accepted the food anyways. Shuna giggled. Your cooking can't be that bad, she said. I think the only reason Wendy enjoys it is because she has resistance against poison. Mine barely started to kick in or something. I can't tell with this body. Naruto replied. Shuna's sweat dropped. You poison the meals? She asked. Naruto shook his head. Of course not. I think it's just so bad it's a good alternative to poison, he said, lacking confidence in his skills. Seriously, even Kana ignores it, and she's a dragon. Dragons apparently have poison resistances, he adds. You could always ask for help, Shuna suggests. Naruto sighed. The only other person that knows how to cook is Circe. I don't trust she can show me anything without turning me into a pig or putting a potion of some kind in the food, he counters. Then I could help, Shuna suggests as a better alternative. What? Naruto asked with a shocked face. Well, you are the leader, even if you are mentally a child. With a little sister, and everyone depending on you and Wendy. You need all the help you can get. Shuna explains. I guess that makes sense, Naruto admits as he finishes the plate of food. Your cooking is great too. How do you do it? He asked. I asked for help from my parents, Shuna answers. Oh, I see, Naruto said, feeling a bit down. Is something wrong? Shuna asked. Naruto laughed it off. No, I just think I'm better for lots of other things. In fact, I think I'm going to miss this when Wendy wakes up and wants me to make her some breakfast, he said. Then I'll just come back tomorrow, Shuna said. Eh? Are you sure you wouldn't be uncomfortable with that? Naruto asked. It wouldn't be a bother. I still need to thank Wendy for giving me a name after all, Shuna said, feeling grateful for Wendy as well. I see, I'll let her know you'll be coming then, Naruto said as Shuna smiled at him. The next morning upon waking up, Wendy was greeted with Kana hugging her and rubbing her head against her, along with Naruto raising her into the air and giving her a warm hug. I'm so happy you're awake, Wendy, Naruto says. I miss you too, Naruto, but didn't you lose consciousness? Wendy asked. Naruto gave her a sheepish grin. Yeah, apparently He realized he never told Wendy about the QB inside of him, as it would naturally terrify a child. I'll explain later, he said as he put her down. Sure, it probably would not matter as Wendy absorbed Veldora and Ifrit, while Naruto also contains Baskerville and Gamora, who are more vicious but not as powerful individually. Still, Naruto didn't want to bring up the fox as its origins were more sensitive than the creature itself. For now, Naruto didn't want to bring up any depressing backstories as he wanted to focus on the future. Hence, he didn't want to bring up his less than stellar childhood in Konoha to Shuna, as it would explain why Naruto didn't exactly apply himself to learn decent survival skills like cooking. Unless Shuna is willing to count mushroom picking and fishing. Luckily, Hiruzen Sarutobi was able to let Naruto learn that much from those moments when Naruto explored the woods to find something to eat. I'm hungry, Kana whines. Of course, Naruto has 2 small children to feed now. Me too, Wendy adds. Now hold on, today we're having a guest. Kana, you didn't get to see her since you went to bed early, Naruto said as Kana looked saddened. It looked like she wanted to see the guest. But they promised to come back this morning. So be on your best behavior, he said as there was a knock at the door. Visitors, Kana said, raising her hands in the air. That must be them, Naruto said. I'll get it, Wendy said, opening the door to Shuna. Hi Wendy, you woke up earlier than I expected. You must be feeling super hungry, Shuna said in a friendly tone. Wendy looked confused. Who are you? She asked. I'm Shuna, one of the ogres you named, and I came here to thank you by cooking you breakfast, Shuna said, making the girls feel excited. Yay, food that doesn't taste gross, Kana said with some excitement. Naruto's face faltered. I thought you liked my cooking, he said. Kana gave him a blank stare. I was just being nice, she responds bluntly. If you're going to lie to my face, then it isn't nice, Naruto argued. It isn't nice to feed kids bad food either, Kana argued back. Naruto sighed. Do you see what I have to work with, Shuna? He asked. Shuna giggled. You can't be the best cook, but you can be the best brother, she said, making Naruto feel better. And that must make you the kindest girl in the village, Naruto says, making Shuna blush. Later, after breakfast, Urania giggled as Naruto finished his story. Puddin, you sure have a way with the ladies. I know I love me a man who can cook, But a man who can't cook has to make up for it somehow, she said as she measured Naruto's body. After breakfast with Shuna and the girls, Naruto left to go find Aranya so that he could get some new clothes, since some of the goblins got jobs as scavengers and collected animals for food and to use their hides for other materials. Namely clothes, as Aranya's unique skill let her make clothing with ease as well as detect materials being used. Of course, there was that time she managed to find an opening with Naruto's help to break Albedo's armor apart. Now Naruto wanted to get some extra clothes as he didn't want to rely on his symbiote hybrid of a body to do it, as it was convenient, but Naruto claimed that it sometimes felt like he was growing hair all around his body instead of putting on clothes. Sure, clothes could be manipulated thanks to his power, but it wasn't a perfect substitute. He didn't want to be the living personification of the naked emperor story. "I'm a nice guy sometimes," Naruto said. With any luck you might get a date with that Shuna girl," Aranya said, making him blush. "What? I don't even like her," Naruto said, denying it. Aranya shook her head. "Don't give me that puttin', Shuna is a sweet girl. Trust me, I know a predator from a prey working with a predator that are teaming up," she said. "That literally makes no sense," Naruto replied. "Hush now, I'm just saying that maybe you could find yourself a nice date with that Shuna girl." "I mean, you may be bigger, but how old are you in that body?" Aranya asked. "What month is it?" "I think I'm supposed to be 15 in October," Naruto asked. "Shuna looks about the same age, dear. You know, even with the body of an 18 or 19-year-old. It won't be that bad," Aranya said as she grabbed a few threads. "Besides, some ladies like tall guys. It makes them feel cute and protected, but then again, I don't know Shuna on a personal level," she says. Naruto sighed. "I really didn't come here for dating tips," he said. Aranya giggled. "And I didn't ask for you to cook my food. It turned out I liked it, didn't I? Now just think about it. I don't know what age humans are meant for mating, but you gotta get some experience if you want to mate someday," she said as Naruto turns bright red. "Hey, are you okay? You're turning a lil red there," she asked. Naruto shook his head. "Just help me out here, Aranya. With the clothes, not dating," he said. "You know, you should get some nice clothes too. Maybe for the evenings or parties. Maybe get me some staff to help me out here," Aranya said as she started working on a fabric. "Maybe you can offer an apprenticeship or something. Like motivate people to help and learn how to make clothes," Naruto suggests. "That does sound mighty nice. I should look into it," Aranya said, liking the idea. "Also, how has Noir been treating you? Is it too black? Maybe a bit uncomfortable?" she asked. "No, Noir feels perfect," Naruto said as he loved the sleek leathery outfit. "I've been thinking of maybe building a team uniform. Besides the accident at Nazarick, I think I can build up a strong team when trouble shows up," he said. Aranya snorted at the idea. "Matching uniforms maybe?" she asked. "It doesn't have to match, like just something that represents us, you know," Naruto said. "No, I don't know. Who exactly would be on your team, Puddin'?" Aranya asked. Naruto started thinking it over, when suddenly, the dwarf brothers came in with some new material, as well as Shuna, who looked proud for some reason. "Speak of the Kijin and she will come, with her dwarf sidekicks. We were just talking about you, Shuna," Aranya said. "Were you now?" Shuna asked with interest. "Yes, weren't we, Naruto?" Aranya asked, only for Naruto's symbiote mask to cover his face. "Aranya was reminding me how bad of a cook I am compared to everyone else," Naruto lied, making the Spider-Woman frown. Shuna only smiled at him. "Don't worry about that, Naruto. I'm sure you're a better leader and a fighter. Besides, I can always teach you," she offered. "Aw, she's an amazing cook, you know," Garm said. "I always want seconds." Dord adds. MYRD silently nods with a smile on his face. "Say something." Naruto commands MYRD, only to be ignored. "Anyways, Aranya, if you got my measurements done, I gotta go get my haircut," he said as he ran out. Aranya sighed. "That boy ain't right in the head," she said before listening about Shuna's sewing skills. Elsewhere, with Wendy, after being greeted by the many villagers after a good breakfast as well as getting properly acquainted with the ogres who she turned into Kijin, Wendy took a seat in the new meeting hall that was recently constructed with Kana and Carla, as well as being offered a tasty meal by Cheyenne. Only she was very confused by how far Benimaru, Sui, and Hakuru were sitting. Are you guys not hungry? Wendy asked. I'm full. Benimaru lied. I also need to go on patrol, Sui said as he escaped the hall. Hakuru remained silent and used a camouflage skill. Although Wendy could sort of sense him, Hakuru was well hidden from someone on Cheyenne's level. It was a good thing too because the Bustakijin dropped a bowl of strange purple and black mush in front of Wendy. Well, I hope you like it, Cheyenne said as she waited for a good review. Why is it all goopy and covered in mist? Wendy asked. It's the flavor of love, Cheyenne answered. Carla gagged at the sight of the food while Kanna looked sick. It was suffice to say that both girls were very sure that Wendy would be in a lot of pain if she eats Cheyenne's cooking. Has this food been taste tested before? Carla asked. It will once Lady Wendy gets to try it, Cheyenne answered. No, that is not how it works. You have to taste test it for yourself, Carla corrected. Cheyenne looked confused. But then I would be eating Lady Wendy's food, she said. Carla sighed. Are you a fool or something? It is only natural that food has to be tested. How do you know Wendy won't be harmed or if the food is low on protein? She asked. Cheyenne tilted her head in confusion. I'm assuming whatever goes and tastes well, she said. That's when Wendy screamed, causing everyone including the remaining Kijin to jump to their feet, thinking that Wendy was in mortal danger, only to see her cry as she looked at the food. What's wrong, Wendy? Is the food bad? Kanna asked. It's not food, Kanna. It's Naruto's baby. Look, Wendy says as she raises up a spoon. Lord Naruto's baby? Benimaru asked as he took the spoon. When he looked closely at the spoon, the strange substance grew a face and stared at Benimaru. He quickly put the spoon back and shivered at how bad Cheyenne was at cooking. Yet it did not explain why Wendy thought it was related to her adoptive brother. It looks like him too. It looks like a baby version of his spider form, Wendy cried out. Lady Wendy, I swear it's not alive. Besides, isn't Lord Naruto a bachelor? Cheyenne asked. Wendy started to tear up. Yeah, but he said he learned how to make more undead and said that he can make more spiders, she answered. Carla sighed. That does sound plausible. Who knows what Naruto found in that tomb, she said. Suddenly everyone pictured a mini symbiote with the standard sharp-pointed teeth and long tongue. However, the image quickly changed to a chibi version of Naruto being hugged by current teenage Naruto. Now everyone was glaring at Cheyenne as they pictured the woman as a demon that was trying to butcher a child. I swear! It's not Lord Naruto's child! Cheyenne yells. Wendy continued to cry. Why, Cheyenne? Why did you cook my nephew or niece? She asked. Cheyenne waved her arms around in panic. I didn't! I swear! She yells, trying to deny the allegation. Benimaru crossed his arms and shook his head. I always found your cooking skills to be suspicious, he said. It doesn't help that we couldn't recognize the ingredients, Hakura adds. Cheyenne felt betrayed. I swear! I would never harm a familiar member or harm Lady Wendy in any way, she said, shouting her promises. Just as Gobta arrived. Hey guys, why is everybody so tense? He asked. Gobta, look! Cheyenne ate Naruto's baby, Wendy said, presenting the spoon again, only to accidentally shove it into Gobta's mouth, as he was very close to her. Gobta was not able to comprehend the news as he was suddenly choking and foaming at the mouth, with his skin turning entirely purple as he collapsed. Gobta's dead, Kanna said. Wendy tearfully puts a cloth over Gobta's head. Poor Gobta and Naruto's baby, she said. You do realize Gobta's death is your fault too as well, Benimaru said to Cheyenne. Hey! It's just seasoning. It's probably the seasoning, Cheyenne yells. With Naruto, sometime later Naruto sighed as something very stupid unfolded in front of him and the exceeds. To summarize the situation, some idiot lizard man just arrived and was demanding for everyone to bow before him and accept him as their leader. For I am the great Gabiru, the lizard man shouted as his subordinates clapped for him. And? Naruto asked. And nothing. I am the great Gabiru. You should be honored by my presence alone, Gabiru said, pointing at Naruto. Naruto groaned. What do you want? He asked, sounding frustrated. As I just said, there is an orc army destroying many villages and settlements. It is everyone's duty to band together and defeat the orc lord who is leading them. So that we may save the forest of Jura, Gabiru explained in a heroic manner, with his 3 followers praising him, which only boosted his ego. So amazing, Sir Gabiru! You are the best, Sir Gabiru! All will fall before your greatness, Sir Gabiru! Naruto sighed. Just great, fanboys exist like fangirls, he thought. So what? You want an alliance? I can allow an alliance or some of partnership, he said. Gabiru shook his head. That will not do! For I, Gabiru, who is very great, need I remind you, he started saying again. We don't need a reminder, Panther Lily yells with a tick mark on his head. I am a far superior leader than the slime and spider leading your village. I would dare say I could defeat them with little difficulty, Gabiru said arrogantly. Naruto finally had enough of Gabiru and transformed into a full symbiote, only giving himself enhancements through support magic to look bigger and more muscular, as well as giving Gabiru the full threatening appearance by letting his sharp teeth stick out along with his tongue. Gabiru already felt deathly afraid as Naruto walked up to him and roughly grabbed his shoulder as his claws extended. If you mock Wendy or myself again, I will eat your arms, then both of your legs, then I will eat your face right off of your head. You will be this legless, armless, faceless thing, won't you? He asked as Gabiru started to sweat. Naruto then moved his face closer to the lizard's head. Rolling down the road. Like a turd in the wind, he said. Gabiru was about to scream when something caught his attention. What? He asked. Like a turd in the wind, Naruto repeated. What does that even mean? Gabiru asked. Nobody says. Turd in the wind. Did you mean leaf in the wind? He asked. No, do you mean to tell me that you have never seen a turd blowing in the wind? Naruto asked. Gabiru shook his head. No, that's not really a thing, he answered. I mean, maybe in a jungle if a monkey throws poop, he said. See? Like that. You will be like monkey poop in the wind, Naruto said, confusing everyone. Nobody says that, Gabiru says. Naruto frowned. Okay, let's try something else, he said. 20 minutes later, Wendy went to look for Naruto to tell him about the baby that Cheyenne used to make lunch, only to quickly find everyone looking at Naruto with disappointment, as it was clear that he had no idea how to say any metaphors without butchering the sentences. What's going on? Wendy asked. Please stop, Gabiru pleaded. Curiosity killed the cake. And ate it too, Naruto says as he grasps Gabiru again. Is the slime here? I think the spider has no idea what he's saying, Gabiru asked. Naruto groaned before facing the crowd. That's it, we're playing a game now, he says as he brings up 3 photos. Everyone put it to a vote. Which one of these should we use to scare away Gabiru? He asked. A. Baskerville the demonic ferocious dog. B. Gamora a vicious dragon like demon. C. Generate an undead monster with a bag of bones. Wendy suddenly felt uncomfortable. Guys, she tried to say, only for everyone to scream their answers. A. Pick B. Just let B eat him. C. Keep it random. Naruto made a gesture that he could not hear them. This moment suddenly made the lizards feel very scared again, as they had a chance to meet a random undead or deal with demonic monsters, with every goblin and exceed screaming out their votes until Logan showed up. Just pick C, damn it! Logan yelled. Naruto nods. C it is, he said, dropping a bunch of bones from a bag. Logan! Wendy yells. What? They were screaming like idiots, and I couldn't work with all of this noise, Logan replied. Naruto proceeded to generate magic with abilities he learned from Ains, along with tossing in a random blue jacket to add to the mix. The lizard men stepped back as they carefully watched the bones come together as life was granted to what was once dead. A short, yet menacing skeleton appeared with teeth shaped into a deranged grin facing them, when 2 white lights appeared in the eye holes as Naruto finished his spell. I grant thee life, I grant thee purpose, I grant thee thy name. Sans! Naruto yells. Sans? This is the most unique skill you know, and you called it Sans? Logan asked. Shut up, Naruto said as Sans came to life. HM? What the heck is this place? What am I? Sans asked. You are Sans. I am your creator and I command you to destroy Gabiru, Naruto said. Why? Sans asked. Naruto sighed. Because he's an annoying idiot that wants us to work for him because he feels entitled, he answered. Sans stared at Gabiru in confusion. So? He asked. I give union-regulated breaks. Gabiru doesn't. Naruto said, hoping to motivate his skeleton. Sans looked tentative. Do either of you do dental? He asked. Gabiru puffed his chest out. You will feel pride by working under me. That should feel enough to satisfy your needs, he said. Sans turned to Naruto, who reverted to human form. We definitely do dental, he said. Sans nods before turning to Gabiru. Sorry, lizard guy, I'm siding with my creator or whatever, he said. Gabiru then pulled out a spear. Do not take me for a lesser creature. For I, the great Gabiru, chooses to stand tall, he said, putting on a brave look. You are so amazing, Lord Gabiru. Gabiru's fanbus said. Sans shrugged. Sure, whatever, he said, summoning skulls to his side. As one of his eyes generated a blue flame. So crispy, medium rare, or well done? He asked, wondering how badly he should burn Gabiru. Gabiru began to sweat as several skulls suddenly appeared from Sans, with each one of them opening their mouths as a powerful magic started to generate, before unleashing powerful beams that began to scorch the earth. The great Gabiru chooses a tactical retreat. Gabiru shouts as he runs away with his subordinate. Humph, coward, Sans said. Everyone minus Naruto looked at Sans in silence, with the latter walking up to his skeleton creation and giving him a handshake. Welcome aboard, Sans. Do you have any questions? Naruto asked. Yeah, when are my vacation days? I already worked up a sweat trying to deal with that lizard guy, Sans said. Naruto frowned. Hopefully after we deal with the Orc Lord. Whatever that's supposed to be, he said as Wendy ran up to him. Big brother, Cheyenne just cooked your baby and wanted me to eat it, Wendy yelled. Naruto gave Wendy an impassive stare. Why do I feel like you are covering for Circe? He asked, thinking Circe was the crazy cook of Tempest. Buddy, if you guys start cannibalizing each other, I'm gonna go find some other place to live, Sans said, looking disturbed. Emergency meeting! Now! Naruto shouts. At the main hall, with the meeting hall immediately becoming full rather quickly and many others watching outside from the windows, along with going through a quick rundown of Cheyenne's alleged crimes. Naruto began the first emergency meeting since the recent events with Nazarek's undead army and Shizu turning into Ifrit were too sudden. Only now, the chance to prepare for the Orc Lord is still possible. Depending on their timeline, that is. Okay, I officially clear Cheyenne of all charges of murder, attempted murder, treachery, and cannibalism of symbiotes, Naruto said. You heard him. Let me out, Benimaru, Cheyenne demands. Just as Cheyenne's small trial started, Benimaru put Cheyenne into some medieval-style stocks that were made to disable skills. It was very painful and humiliating for the Bustakijin, especially since Benimaru was more than happy to put her on trial for her terrible cooking. And I also officially declare Circe innocent of turning people into pigs, again, Naruto said as there was no sign of her making pigs. So mean, why did you all have to put me here too? Circe asked as she was put into the stocks as well. Okay, so can we get back to some real business? See, what did you find with your scouting? Naruto asked as Circe was also freed. Sui nods. I estimate about 200,000 with their main army marching along the river. I'm guessing with their detached force, they are going to Rendavis in the marshlands, he says, pointing at the crude map Wendy made with Kana and Carla's help. Rigard looked frightened. You mean east of here? Where the lizard men territory is? He asked, making Sui nod. This is troubling. 200,000 is quite the obscene number. Is there a purpose behind their march? Shugat asked. Kaijin started sharing his thoughts. It's hard to tell, orcs are not very smart. If they are not motivated by instinct, then someone has to be backing them, he said. Like a demon lord? Wendy asked, surprising everyone. Maybe a demon lord could be commanding them, or even that one man who named the first rigger and tried to recruit you guys, she said, remembering having spoken to the second rigger. When Wendy and Naruto left to get supplies and workers at Dworgen, Wendy decided to approach Rigger about the previous rigger's name. As she and Naruto learned about the powers of naming a monster, Rigger said that his brother was named by a man named Gelmud, and right after Naruto passed out during the party, Benimaru mentioned Gelmud offering them a deal to work under him only to decline. You mean Gelmud? Do you think he is behind this? Benimaru asked. It did make sense, as the orcs did destroy the ogre village. Not in the sense as to motivation, but rather how quickly Gelmud showed up and understood their situation. As if the strange man was trying to manipulate and control everyone. Hey, wait a minute. Gelmud is the name that Gabri used before Naruto showed up. Panther Lily spoke up. Okay, this stopped being ironic. There's something bigger going on, and it involves every settlement being attacked. Naruto points out. I recommend we use caution. After all, it would only be a greater risk to attack them head-on. Shigat suggests. Agreed, even with the numbers that Nazarick is using to support Tempest. There is no telling what abilities they have. For even wild animals are still ferocious. Cocytus said, having learned his lesson from failing to defeat the lizard men of his time. And I only have a few skeletons left. Naruto said as he pulled out his bag. You carry bones with you everywhere. Gobda asked. Didn't you die or something? Naruto asked. I got a resistance skill against poison thanks to Cheyenne's cooking. Gobda answered. Naruto frowned. Damn, I could have made a lich or something with your body, he said, making Gobda pale. That's when Sui started to shake. For crying out loud, I was just kidding, Sui. He said, thinking Sui was terrified of his master's magic. It's not that. My body double just had a confrontation. Sui responded. Is it another crazy person? Because I'm going to have to make Sans a new brother if that's the case. Naruto said, pulling out the bag. Haha, I always wanted a brother since, like 10 seconds ago. Sans said in the background. No, it is strange though. I believe they were a dryad. Sui answered. What's a dryad? Naruto asked when he suddenly heard a voice. A type of wood nymph, said a voice. Thanks, Wendy. Also, did you go through puberty? Your voice sounded deep. Naruto said. That wasn't me, Naruto. Wendy said. Naruto raised a brow. Okay, then who was it? Kanna? He asked. Kanna shook her head. Rem? Rem shook her head. Ram, I know you have a deeper voice. Naruto said accusingly. How about you ask the head sprouting from your neck? Ram suggests. That's my head, Ram. Naruto said, correcting her. She means me, said a symbiotic head. What the heck are you? Naruto asked with wide eyes. Suddenly the head fell off of Naruto and sprouted a whole body. I'm your dark half and I recommend letting that dryad in, he said to Naruto and Sui, ignoring the sudden appearance of Naruto's darker half. Sui allowed entry for the dryad, revealing a giant plant to appear at the top of the table, with the beautiful woman surrounded by a majestic green light as she gazes upon Naruto and everyone who proceeded to move in front of him for his safety. Greetings, ruler of the monsters and those loyal to him. Please forgive my unannounced visit, the woman said. Well, if a piece of me decided to become sentient, then I guess everyone is free to come in and out of here, Naruto said, looking at his other half suspiciously. I am a dryad from the forest of Jura. Please call me Trainee, it is a pleasure to meet you, Trainee said, introducing herself. And I'm Naruto U Tempest, Naruto said, unconsciously correcting himself. You changed your name, big brother? Wendy asked curiously. This is Wendy, Naruto said, changing the subject. So what brings you to our village? He asked. Naruto Tempest, I wish to ask a favor of you, Trainee said, taking his undivided attention. We need you to defeat the Orc Lord, she said. Eh? Naruto asked. Chapter 9. Tempest Meeting Hall. Naruto gave Trainee a look of confusion. I'm sorry, why am I supposed to beat the Orc Lord? He asked. Better yet, how are we supposed to beat the Orc Lord? Naruto's darker half asked. Then Rigard spoke up. I'll do you one better, who are we supposed to beat the Orc Lord? He asked. That grammar makes no sense, someone said out loud. I'll give you points for participating, Rigard. Anyways, could you better explain yourself, Trainee? Naruto asked. Trainee nods as she starts grabbing potato chips. As a guardian of the forest of Jura, I know all the news that goes on, even within the village of yours, she explains before taking a seat. Okay, but that does explain what makes me or anyone else here special, Naruto asked. You are quite special indeed. From earning respect of the storm dragon Veldora to the recent battle with the ogre tribe, Trainee says. Some of the inhabitants of the village had to agree with that. Those were respectable feats, although not many were aware that Naruto and Wendy interacted with Veldora. So that was just more reason to praise the two. It did seem like everyone's morale was increasing. Yeah, but this is 200,000 orcs, and wasn't their leader someone super strong? Naruto asked. Lord Naruto is correct, an orc lord only appears every few centuries. They are quite strong, Rigard said, just stating the facts. Trainee gave a light giggle. From what I've seen, you were always the optimistic type. As well as generous and kind, I think I have every reason to see you succeed in your mission, she said, sounding optimistic. I have my doubts, Naruto's dark half said, being a realist. And I agree with him, Naruto thought. Well, of course, I do not expect Tempest to do this alone, as there are many lives outside of the village who are at stake, such as those like the Lizardman tribe, Trainee said, making Naruto sigh. Naruto did not want to deal with Gabiru again. I should keep the village on high alert for him if he comes back, he thought. I see your point, maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way, he said. Maybe we can ask the other tribes for help, Wendy suggests. An alliance does seem reasonable. Hopefully they are not as idiotic as this. Gabiru. Character, Carla says, agreeing with Wendy. You should also heed caution. The Orc Lord's army is one with insatiable hunger, stopping at nothing as they continue to devour their fill. Trainee continues to explain. While scary, it only adds more reason for us to fight or at least prepare, Shigat said. Rigard nods. Obtaining an alliance is only more important. Then it's settled, we can try to prepare for the Orc Lord's attack. That and getting an alliance with the Lizard Men, Naruto said as everyone agreed. This is good to hear. I wish you good luck, Naruto, Lord of Monsters, Trainee said before disappearing. Naruto's dark half sighed. We better begin planning then, he said. You're still here? Naruto asked, making his dark side sigh. What do we call you? He asked. I do not care for names, he responds. Yami it is. To match your personality. Because it's more lacking than Ram's, Naruto said, earning a glare from the pink-haired Oni. Anyways, maybe we should consider speaking with the lizard men. Hopefully while avoiding Gabiru, he said. If they are anything like the ones from my era, there is no doubt that they are honorable. Prideful but honorable nonetheless. Cocytus spoke up. I guess that makes sense. Still, trying to get an audience with them with the Orc Lord on the loose is going to be hard, Naruto said. I can try to reach out to them on your behalf, Lord Naruto, Sui said, volunteering himself. Do you think you can find their home, Sui? Naruto asked. Sui nods. I can, you can rest assured that I will not fail you, he said with loyalty in his voice. Naruto chuckles. With an attitude like that, who's going to turn you down? He asked. With permission given, Sui excused himself and left to seek out the Lizard Men tribe, leaving everyone else to plan out how to deal with the incoming invasion the Orc Lord's army. 200,000 orcs is not something to sneeze at. Even Naruto doubts that Konoha itself would likely survive an invasion from them. That, and if individuals like Rigard are scared, the Orc Lord is likely the strongest creature the village will face. For now, Naruto had to deal with Yami. Later that night at a table, Naruto looked at his darker half in confusion. So what? Are you like a shadow clone with a mind of its own? He asked. I'm the negative parts of you. I obtained sentience due to the stupidity of one of your clones going through a few experiments at the lab of Demiurge, Yami answered. So you're just my thoughts in a body, Naruto summarized. Yami sighed. Yes, let's go with that, he said. But you sound smarter, so I think I'll give you the position of our science department, Naruto said excitedly. Yami rolled his eyes at his real self's stupidity. Anyways, can you explain how you spawned? Did you just exist or did I eat something? I mean, there has to be more to it than one of my clones being a klutz, he asked. Before Yami answered, the two were joined by two goblins. Who are they? He asked. I guess we don't share memories. This is Gabiya and Gobayashi, we get drinks together, Naruto said. Hey guys, meet Yami. He's from my head or something. I don't know, he hasn't explained it clearly, he said, introducing Yami. Hey there, Gobayashi said. Nice to meet you, Gabiya said. Yes, hello. Anyways, are you going to be staging a plan for this incoming invasion? Yami asked. Naruto thought it over. I'm hoping Nazarick isn't going to get mad if I borrow all of their skeletons. Then again, I can try to make more from the bones of monsters we keep hunting, he suggests. That's a start, Yami said, seeing some good points. Suddenly, an Exceed arrived with drinks. Welcome, gents. I'd bring you a unique experimental drink, he said as he puts the drinks down. A strange tangy drink made with honey just outside of the village, he said. Sounds good, but I wonder what makes it tangy, Gabiya said. Let's find out, Gabayashi said as she took a cup. Come on, Yami, cheers, Naruto said as he gave Yami a cup. I don't want to, Yami said. Killjoy, it's not like we're at the elf bar. Then again, I think I have a poison resistance now, Naruto said as he started drinking. Warning, toxin detected, flushing out dangerous material. Great Sage. Eh? There's something in this? Naruto asked. Kobayashi put down the cup. Wow, that's super sweet, but tangy is how I wouldn't describe it, she said. Gabiya nods. Something is definitely in there. Like something is buzzing inside of me, he said. It is honey, so it's made by bees, Kobayashi points out. I wonder what's inside. You guys want me to skin you both? Naruto asked. Sure thing, it's probably nothing though, Gabiya said just as Naruto's hand touched his head. Notice, the hobgoblin known as Gabiya is developing high levels of alcohol. Chances of being intoxicated are 12%. Great Sage explains. Naruto snickers. You guys are getting drunk, he said. I'm not drunk. You're drunk, Kobayashi argued as her eyes looked a bit sleepy. Naruto put a hand on her head next. What are her levels, Great Sage? He mentally asked. The Goblina, Kobayashi, is facing a 33% chance of intoxication, Great Sage answers. Naruto whistled. Someone can't handle their honey, he said as Kobayashi started to laugh. Naruto then looked at the Exceed who made the drinks. Hey, is this just raw honey or did you mix something in it? He asked. The Exceed shrugged. It's just an experiment. We're mixing just about everything, he answered. Seriously? Naruto asked. By the way, what was your name again? He asked, forgetting the Exceed's name. People just call me Olmo, the Exceed answered. That won't do, your name is now Myo, like the god of tavern keepers, Naruto said as the Exceed gave him an odd look. When he was suddenly surrounded by magical energy. I don't know what you did, kid, but I feel funny. In a good way, I mean. I'll get you some more honey, he said as he left the table. Yami raised a brow. You renamed him and wanted to see if they had the same effect on Exceeds as it did you, he said. How do you know? Naruto asked. I know everything going on within you. I'm an extension of you, remember? Yami asked. Oh yeah? Naruto said as he didn't know what to think of Yami. Yami sighed. You are an ignoramus and that alone makes you a danger to everyone, he said. Rude, hey Myo! How is that honey coming along? Naruto calls out as Yami sighs again. 30 minutes later, Gabiya and Kobayashi were both passed out with flushed faces. Naruto, on the other hand, just looked disoriented. It appears that Great Sage prevented him from getting drunk or feeling any form of intoxication, but at the same time, it couldn't prevent him from looking nauseous. Yami assumed that the honey in the drinks must have given his original self some sort of sickness. Likely the same as eating too much, or something along those lines. Let's see how Great Sage and his passive skills react, Yami thought before feeling a sharp pain around his body. It appears that I still need to attach myself. Very well then, I will try to get this moron up to speed tomorrow. For now, who is taking him home? At the very least, he doesn't smell like alcohol, he thought as he attached himself. Naruto groaned. Okay, I feel sick, he said as he felt Yami sink into his body. Hey, get out of there! What are you doing, Yami? Are you trying to party with the Kyuubi? He asked, sounding a bit tipsy. Naruto sighed as he stood up. He waved at the unconscious goblins as he bids them farewell. Despite not being drunk or filled with a toxin, Naruto's body felt a bit strange. Naruto shook his head as he tried to shake off the weird feeling. As he decided to head home for the night before Wendy and Kana have to go to bed. Only to accidentally stumble into a former enemy. Oops, sorry, Naruto said as he tried to maintain balance. Lord Naruto? Albedo asked, as she revealed herself. Oh hey, succubus friend. I would stay and chat, but I think the honey I drank gave me a stomach ache, Naruto said as he tried to walk around her. Are you feeling okay, Lord Naruto? Albedo asked. I'm fine, just need to get home and tuck in the girls, Naruto answered while almost falling down. I'm so telling Myo to take honey off the menu, he muttered. Albedo gently lifted Naruto's arm over her shoulder. Perhaps I should help you, she said. Thanks, Albedo. Also, what's the news with the tomb? Naruto asked. Several of us are still taking the move with difficulty and hesitance. Although, your theory that you gave me may work with the conversion, Albedo said as she helped carry Naruto to the shack. Really? I guess my imagination does work. Well, only with great teamwork, Naruto said. Albedo smiled. Thank you for the compliment, she said. At home, Albedo looked disappointed. You live here? Here. You are a ruler. You deserve better, she said. Naruto sighed. Trust me, this place is cramped, but it's better than my apartment, he said as Albedo helped him inside. Besides, we need more resources and I can make this place look better than the meeting hall, he said with grin. I hope so for your sake. A ruler's prestige matters, Albedo said. Naruto rubbed his head as it started to ache. Sure, so long as you are not ready to jump to kill someone, he said. Albedo blushed. I admit, perhaps Ain-sama did not enjoy every particular chance one of the floor guardians or myself suggested to kill someone, she said. Naruto yawned. Well, I'm going to cook up dinner then tuck the girls in. Thanks for the help, Albedo, he said. Are you sure you will be fine? Albedo asked. Naruto waved her off. Yeah, Shuna taught me some cooking skills. So the girls will eat something that isn't burned, he answered. I was not talking about your cooking, Albedo said just as Naruto reached for the frying pan. Well, if you were anyone else, you would say the opposite, Naruto replied as he got the ingredients ready. Just then, the girls finally came into the kitchen, where Wendy and Kana greeted Naruto with a hug around his legs. The young man patted the two on the head. As they let go and Naruto continued to cook for them, the two girls looked up at Albedo with surprised looks. Ms. Albedo is here, Kana said. Are you joining us for dinner? Wendy asked. Actually, I'm don't pester Albedo girls. She was kind enough to help me get back here after I drank some bad honey. Naruto interrupts. At the same he started thinking, but it was still good in some way. I can see this working as part of a trade if we make a good drink out of it, he thought. Yes, don't mind me. I do not wish to intrude, Albedo said as she tried to leave only for Wendy to grab her arm. Please stay, you helped Ram when she was in need. Even when you didn't like us at first, Wendy said. Redemption, Kana said as she raised her hands in the air. Naruto sighed. There's no use arguing with these girls, he said. Very well, if my master wishes it. I will comply, Albedo said as she took a seat. Don't call me that, Naruto said. But it would be rude to not refer you by your status, Albedo replied. Just Naruto is fine, Naruto said. Very well, young master, Albedo said, earning a glare. Young master, Kana said with gusto. Kana, I'm older than you. I think, Naruto said, making the girl sit down. Now settle down, the last thing I need is everyone calling me names while I'm making food. Shuna's not here and I doubt Albedo wants to help me put out a fire, he said as he started cooking. After dinner, Kana let out a loud yawn. So full and tired, she said. Me too, Wendy said as she handed over her plate, which Naruto accepted along with Kana's. Okay, you two. Brush your teeth, get changed, and I'll tuck you both in, he said. Okay, big brother, both girls said. With that, Naruto put the dishes into the sink and started cleaning. Albedo stood up and placed her own dishes inside. Then suddenly she tied her hair back into a ponytail and took off her fine gloves, where she then grabbed one of the extra latex gloves that Naruto keeps around. What are you doing? Naruto asked. I thought I should help. Unlike some people, I have manners, Albedo answered. You don't have to help, you know, Naruto said. But I want to, Albedo replied, almost sounding stubborn. Just as the dishes were finished up, Naruto took off the gloves and let out a yawn. I think I'm feeling better, but tired at the same time. I swear, Myo's honey beverage is too much for me, Naruto said. Honey beverage? Albedo asked. I'll explain later, Naruto said as the succubus nods. Anyways, how are you adjusting? With the new job? He asked. Albedo sighed. It's more stressful, even with the reduced amount of staff, she said in a business-like manner. I see. Who knew it's easier to just kill your employees than lay them off? Naruto said, making Albedo almost snort. Naruto let out another yawn. Oh man, I don't want to go to work tomorrow. Ains had it so easy being a skeleton. You don't get tired, you don't feel hungry, and he probably doesn't run out of stamina, he said. Albedo did think about it. I wonder what Ains-sama does in his free time. He could hardly enjoy a bath when he was still alive, dead. She thought, sounding confused. How do you describe the status of someone who is deceased but functioning as a normal person in society? Hey, speaking of which, I still have this scroll, Naruto said, pulling out a scroll. I made it after the fight at the tomb. I realized I can bring back one of the guardians, he said, surprising Albedo. Who do you wish to resurrect? Albedo asked. I don't know, I was hoping to talk to you about that since you're their de facto leader, Naruto answered. Albedo sighed. I can surely tell you that most of the Ains-sama's inner circle were not very peaceful. Myself included, of course, she said. However, if you can win them over, you may have strong allies on your side, she said. I see, maybe we can talk about this tomorrow. I wouldn't mind extra hands, and I only have a few bags of bones left, Naruto said as the girls arrived. Naruto, we're ready for bed, Wendy said as Kanna nods. Hold that thought. I'll be right back, Naruto said as he went to tuck the girls into bed. A few minutes later, Albedo patiently waited at the kitchen table, with the new world changing. What does that leave us with, she wonders. Sorry about that, Naruto said as he came in. I told Wendy I would walk you home, he said. No, that's fine. Are you not feeling ill? Albedo asked. Naruto chuckled. I'm fine, I hate lying down anyways, he said. You were just speaking about how you do not wish to work tomorrow, Albedo said with a blank face. Naruto's sweat dropped. I just like to complain. Don't worry about me, he said as he led her out the door. Anyways, where have we been letting you stay? He asked. I think it's around here. I can just fly in. Albedo didn't finish her sentence, as Naruto lifted up Albedo in his arms. Hang on tight, he said as wings materialized on his back. When did you gain the ability to fly? Albedo asked with wide eyes. Naruto snorted. You saved me at the last minute, remember? With your help, we fused and made Pandora's actor join our side, he answered before he slowly started to hover over the ground. I think I remember now, Albedo said as the memories came back. Yeah, my mind was also feeling foggy. Maybe it's because how tough all of you guys were, Naruto said before he was finally in the sky. Hang on tight, he said as he flew over the village. Albedo's eyes softened as she saw the little village and its newest looking homes along with the homemade street lamps. Only they used candles instead of light bulbs. At first it disgusted Albedo, yet she couldn't help but find it a bit adorable. As if she were witnessing the construction of a tiny civilization. Thinking about it now, it was said that Nazarick was just a few large floors filled with vermin and dangerous animals until construction began. It's kind of sweet, really, Albedo said, confusing Naruto. The village, I mean. It's fairly interesting to see where this will go in the future, she said. Higher, at least that's what I want. The village is getting packed, and we need supplies. Hopefully we can deal with the Orc Lord and go back to fixing all of this, Naruto replied. Albedo smiled. I would not mind seeing that, she said. I hope so, because this administration thing is super hard to understand, Naruto said, earning a laugh from Albedo. Then you need to learn a good work ethic, Albedo said. Naruto's sweat dropped. I'm doing my best, he whined. I guess it all starts with caring for someone, Albedo said as her mind drifted away. Flashback Tomb of Nazarick, Night of the Raid. That hurts, Naruto screams as he is sent crashing into the twin doors. Despite unleashing Gamora to help deal with the maids and some of the golems, there was only so much Naruto could do in a confined space filled with so many enemies. Especially an angry doppelganger that copied 80% of the true power of dangerous individuals, including the former leader of the guild before Ains, Touch Me. Seriously? What kind of name is Touch Me? Naruto asked before Seabass smashed his head against the wall. The name of an honorable and powerful man, whose name you have also sullied by trespassing and stealing from our home, Seabass said before throwing Naruto at Pandora's actor kicked him across the room. Okay. I'm glad my body changed. Because now I don't have to worry about broken bones anymore. Naruto mutters as a golem steps on him. It doesn't help that a giant piece sentient rock is crushing me, he said as he shot a web at the golem's head. Before the golem could rip it off, Naruto charged it up with his red electricity before slamming it into the ground. Just as Seabass and Pandora's actor started to approach him, Naruto charged up his body with electricity again. Die, trespasser! Pandora's actor screams as he is about to impale Naruto. Venom blast! Naruto yells as he sends Pandora's actor skidding back a few feet. Wow, that armor sure is tough. I'm not the type to cosplay, but do you copy personality or is this a fetish? He asked as he jumped to his feet. Pandora's actor ignored his question as he rushed at Naruto with intense speed, only to completely miss as the symbiote hybrid ducked under him and used the momentum against the doppelganger. Right before avoiding several punches from Seabass and webbing up his feet to the floor to slow him down, Naruto grinned as he jumped into the air and brought down his heels, which Seabass blocked before grabbing Naruto by the foot and slamming him against the ground. Naruto let out a pain-filled groan before rolling away as Seabass almost stomped on his head. As the head butler came closer, Naruto let Baskerville out, and the demonic hound snarled as it tackles Seabass onto the floor. Baskerville would not be alone as Ranga would also jump out and help attack Seabass. Lord Naruto! Take what we are looking for so we can escape! Ranga yells as he holds down Seabass. Naruto nods, but not without avoiding Pandora's actor who almost cleaved him in half. After avoiding many rapid slices, Naruto was slapped away by a heavy gauntlet. As Naruto slid across the floor, even farther from the treasure room, he found himself surrounded by more golems. Black lightning! Naruto shouts as he destroys one of golems at point-blank range, right before avoiding a heavy slash from an axe-wielding golem. As Naruto avoided the heavy strikes and tried using the slow movements of his foe against them, he never noticed that one of the maids broke through Gamora's assault. For just as Naruto shattered the golem's head, Nabril appeared behind Naruto. Chain lightning! Nabril yells as she strikes Naruto from behind. Naruto grits his teeth in pain but stands his ground as he turns around. While still having resistance against lightning, Naruto did not like the feeling and actually started redirecting the element, to the point he shot Nabril at point-blank range. Ranga, I think I might need a ride, Naruto calls out. Very well, Ranga says as he leaves Baskerville's side and runs to Naruto. Just as Naruto hopped onto Ranga's back, Naruto bonded with the direwolf and ran directly towards the doors, avoiding every remaining golem and Pandora's actor as he continued to chase them. When they arrived at the door, Naruto let go of Ranga and raised his ring to open the doors, only for Nabril to quickly return and tackle Naruto onto the ground. Lord Naruto! Ranga cries out. Ranga, aim your magic at me like when we trained with Wendy, Naruto commanded. As you command, Ranga says as he aims his horn's magic towards Naruto as he holds down Nabril. Black lightning! Naruto shouts as Ranga's magic combines with the skill. Death storm! Ranga roars as the entire hall is filled with several pillars of lightning. Despite being indoors with no sign of nature, the skill still generated enough power to destroy all of the golems, as well as injure Nazarik's defenders, leaving a partially fried-looking Nabril under Naruto who struggled to stand and Ranga who used his body to support his friend. Thanks Ranga, I wasn't sure if that move would work. Only now, I think the problem was how narrow this place is, Naruto said. You are reckless, Lord Naruto, yet you grow from your crazy mistakes, Ranga said as Baskerville appeared beside him. He then started to wag his tail as he faced the door. Even if it is scary, I will follow you over an overly cautious coward, he said. Naruto laughed. I'm glad to hear it, now let's go save Ram, he said as he dragged himself towards the doors. You coming, Gamora? He asked. Raph! Gamora roars as he walks towards them. Good dinosaur thing, Naruto said as he approached the doors, before pulling out the ring. Okay Ains, hopefully something in here can help Ram with her sickness, he said only to feel a hand grab his leg. I won't let you, Nabril said. Lady, I'm sorry for the mess, but you need to let go, Naruto said trying to pull away, only to struggle. Let go, he demanded as he kept trying to pull away, only to find himself being struck by a strong force of lightning. Naruto skidded across the floor and ended up crashing into the doors leading to the treasury room. Before Naruto could try and break into the room, he suddenly felt a great pain in his chest. That's when he looked across the room and found a familiar-looking skeleton holding a heart in his arm. "Grasp heart," the skeleton said before crushing the heart. Naruto gasped as he clutched his chest, where he started to cough up blood as all of the oxygen left his body. Naruto tried to stay conscious only to fall down and hit the floor with a loud thud, just as Pandora's actor walked over Naruto while in the form of Ains. Naruto lost consciousness, leaving him unaware as to what was going on afterwards. "I can't lose. Ram needs my help," were Naruto's thoughts, even with the loss of his heart, or at least disconnection of it. Naruto's mind still had a couple of minutes left to function. Even so, that left him in weakened state where he was not completely aware of his surroundings. Sort of like a vegetable-like state where the weakest thoughts can still pass by but do not good. By now, Naruto wished for yet another miracle. A message of some kind, regardless of where or who it came from. Naruto pleaded for strength with his weak thoughts. "You weak excuse for a hero. You can never prepare yourself for the worst, can you? All that bravado and here you are." Naruto grunted as he felt a loud beating in his chest. His eyes twitched as he slowly felt life returning to his body. "Your strength is not just from bravery or beliefs. No, you have to get stronger in any way possible, regardless of morales. The desire is what must drive you, and there you will learn." Naruto suddenly found himself slowly gathering air. Like water in a desert, Naruto took this as a valuable resource and started inhaling air, doing so rapidly despite the pain he felt in his lungs. Before he realized it, his vision came back and he found two people defending him, while Gaara was unconsciously sent back into Naruto's body. "Albedo, you treacherous fool! Why do you defend this impostor?" Pandora's actor asked angrily as he battled Albedo. "I cannot explain myself, Pandora's actor. While I loathe myself for going against Ains-sama, I can't help but believe in this boy," Albedo said as she struggled against the form of Ains. Unlike Shaltir, who was strongest floor guardian capable of real thought, Albedo's skills and equipment were not enough to take on the real Ains and win. Let alone Pandora's actor, who can use up to 80% of Ains' true potential. "Then consider this your execution," Pandora's actor said as he raised his staff, only for it to be blocked by a pair of swords. "I do not mean to intervene, but I cannot allow you to strike a lady," Kurt said. "Kurt? Crap, I forgot about him. Was he somewhere in the lower levels?" Naruto wondered. "Morals aside, I also cannot jeopardize the life of our friend. If anything, I would have preferred to keep this civil," Kurt said before jumping away. "There will be no negotiating with lesser creatures who demand things of us. Especially our treasures," Pandora's actor said, sounding angry. "It was worth a try," Kurt said as he stood his ground. Pandora's actor raised an arm. "I have wasted enough time on you already. Grasp he dash." Asterisk clang asterisk Pandora's actor recoiled as his hand was struck by a random blade. "You don't interrupt while your opponent is in the middle of an attack," he yells angrily. Albedo and Kurt turned around to find Naruto standing in full symbiote form again. "Naruto!" they shout. "I'm fine," Naruto grunted. "I see, you can regenerate your organs. Demiurge would find you an intriguing specimen if he were still here," Pandora's actor said before being surrounded by a heavy amount of magic. "However, it is time I clean up the filth," he said. Naruto started to generate his own magic in an attempt to counter the doppelganger, while Kurt and Albedo also prepared for the worst. Neither of them noticed Naruto making a quick recovery and dashing towards Kurt in an attempt to stealthily take him out, only to be intercepted by another symbiote that ripped itself out of Naruto's back. "What is this?" Naruto asked as the symbiote tackled her down. "I'll hold her off." "Kurt, go for the treasury room," the symbiote said as he tossed the ring to Kurt. "What about you?" Kurt asked as he caught the ring. "My other self will deal with the doppelganger. Now go!" the symbiote ordered as Kurt teleported away. What Kurt didn't know is that this was no ordinary symbiote. It wasn't a shadow clone of Naruto, or even the body double skill. This is the same sentient that was born from Naruto's consciousness. The very same one that Naruto would name Yami. "Call greater lightning!" Pandora's actor shouts as he unleashes a giant rain of lightning upon Albedo, only to be shielded by a large barrier composed of hexagon-shaped shields. The barrier then shifted its aim towards Pandora's actor, who looked surprised for a brief moment. Albedo looked up to see that Naruto was the one who generated the barrier. "Poison syntheses!" he shouts as he unleashes a barrage of poisonous spheres as the doppelganger. Walls of Jericho! Pandora's actor casts a giant barrier to block the attack. This won't stop him. Poison will not harm an undead. Albedo warns as the barrier was just another precaution. How about a sneak attack? Naruto asked as he scooped up Albedo by the waist. Shadow! He shouts as he disappears into Pandora's actor's shadow. Once the attack stopped, and the smoke cleared up from the rapid attack, Pandora's actor attempted to locate his enemies only to jump away at the last second, where Albedo attempted to swing down 3F at him. While at the same time, Naruto started to slowly possess Albedo's body with his symbiote form. We do this together, Naruto said as Albedo's form changed, making Albedo appear more monstrous as her horns became bigger and more sharp, her halberd becoming much more demonic in presence, her wings now moving up to her back and increasing from 2 to 6. As well having her jaw grow as her teeth extended and became much more sharp as Naruto's more feral appearance does. Yes, together, Albedo said, her voice fused with Naruto's. Intriguing, I will give you that much, Pandora's actor said. This is not our intention. We wanted peace, a safe home, friends to depend on and take care of. Yet we really are like humans, the symbiote hybrid said as they looked at their clawed hand, only to make it into a fist. Our actions cannot be justified completely, but we will atone. But right now we fight, they said as Pandora's actor accepted the challenge. End of flashback. Albedo? Is it around here? Naruto asked, making the succubus snap out of her thoughts. Eh? Yes, right here, Albedo said, pointing at one of the small houses. Naruto gently placed his companion down in front of the door. Well, thanks for helping me out earlier. Hopefully this makes us even, he said. There's still what happened in Nazarick, Albedo said. It doesn't count. You owed me for the attack and lead me to the treasure room. Then we had to team up on Pandora's actor, and me helping you today and you taking me home is 1 for 1. I paid retribution when we met, and me fusing with you leaves me with one favor to ask for. Albedo interrupted. Naruto frowned. Fine, have a good night. I gotta go back before Wendy has nightmares or something, he said as he starts flying away. Okay. Be careful with the flight back, Albedo shouts. He was nice. Perhaps change is necessary, she said to herself before heading inside. The next morning Naruto woke to the sound of the door knocking. The teen groaned as he didn't want to wake up yet. Even Wendy looked bothered and she tightened her grip on Naruto's arm in hopes that the guest would leave. After a few more knocks, Naruto knew it was time to get up. Sorry, little sister. I gotta get that, Naruto said as Wendy whimpered. I'll be back, he said as he stroked her long hair. Naruto stumbled towards the door and pulled it open, where he was greeted with a friendly face that made him feel less peeved. It seemed like Shuna was getting quite fond of visiting Naruto's strange family, as she was here to greet Naruto with a bright smile, and what was likely another gift for Wendy. Good morning, Naruto, Shuna greeted. Good morning, Shuna, come in, Naruto said, letting the Kijin walk inside. You're here really early, he said. If you consider 10:30 a.m. to be early, then you need to be disciplined, Shuna said jokingly. Naruto groaned. I used to wake up at 7, Shuna. Only back then I didn't need to help maintain a lot of people, he said. Such is the difficulty of life, Naruto. Now then, would you like me to help make breakfast? Shuna asked. I think I can do it on my own now. I swear, I won't set another fire, Naruto said as Shuna giggled. He then looked at the hall leading to the rooms. Do you mind waking up Wendy and Kanna though? He asked. Shuna nodded. Sure, just let me. She stopped mid-sentence to look at the kitchen counter, where she found Albedo's pristine elbow-length gloves. Naruto, what are these? She asked. Gloves, I guess. I guess Albedo forgot them, Naruto said. The pale woman with the ample bosom? Shuna asked as she did not look Naruto in the eye. I guess that's one way to describe her, Naruto said accordingly. I see, Shuna said as she turned around. Naruto grabbed the pots and plates. Since you're here, do you have any requests or should I? Shuna, why are you giving me that look? He asked nervously. Shuna gave Naruto a dead stare, one where her pupils were gone, and the color that gave them life were gone. As he looked at the Kijin for an entire minute, Naruto was sure that this is the part where Shuna murders him, or does something equally scary. He was only saved thanks to Wendy. Morning! Is Shuna here? Wendy asked as she heard the Kijin's voice. Shuna gave Wendy a closed-eye smile. Hello, Wendy, how are you feeling? Pretty hungry, right? She asked. Yes, ma'am, Wendy said as she sat down. Good, because Naruto and I are going to cook up something nice and nutritious for you and Kana, Shuna said before giving Naruto another dead stare. Why is she looking at me like that? Naruto wondered. With Aranya, after breakfast Aranya sighed. You screwed up again, you little knucklehead, she said. What do I do? Naruto asked. I'll tell you what you shouldn't do. Stop inviting different girls to your home at night, Aranya said in a scolding manner. I'm not. It was the honey, Naruto argued. Don't blame this issue on you being drunk. You need to clean up your act, mister, Aranya said as she crossed her arms. Naruto facepalmed. I swear, everyone is against me. Maybe I should Yami for advice, he said. Who is Yami? Aranya asked with a raised brow. Yami stuck his head out. I am and I offer no advice, he said before sinking back inside. Jerk, Naruto muttered. Before anyone else could say anything, Sui appeared and kneeled before Naruto. This made the blonde symbiote hybrid feel uncomfortable with how formal the Kijins had to be, especially with Benimaru saying how this was meant to be a temporary alliance. Not that Naruto minded having friends of any kind for a while. So, something interesting to mention, Sui? Naruto asked. Sui nods. Lord Naruto, I have spoke with the Lizardman tribe. They are willing to work with us in order to defeat the Orc Lord, he explained. Wow, you must be great at persuasion. Did you have any trouble? Naruto asked. There were initial doubts, and I did have to be more convincing. Sui answers. Oh, nobody's dead, right? Naruto asked. Sui shook his head. Good. Now then, I better get a meeting together. We have allies, but we need to work out a plan to deal with a massive army, he said. Should I announce a meeting for tonight? Sui asked. Not yet, I'll let you know, Sui. You're dismissed, or whatever the saying is, Naruto said as Sui disappeared. Well, Puddin', you better get your ass into high gear. You got angry ladies and a war to run, Aranya said as she started looking through her fabrics. Naruto sighed. I better, maybe Cocytus or Hakura can give me advice, he said as he walked out of Aranya's tailor shop. That boy is going to be surrounded by trouble, Aranya said to herself. Thinking about it, I wonder what that honeyed beverage tastes like, she asked. Training. A while later Hakura stroked his beard as he blocked Naruto's attacks. I'm afraid my knowledge with the ladies is beyond my knowledge, he said before tripping Naruto. I wasn't talking about them. I was talking about the Orc Lord invasion, Naruto exclaims. That I may help with. However, if you do by chance wish to ask about the female gender, I also lack the knowledge, Cocytus said as he watched from the sidelines. Naruto groaned. Okay, let's hear it, he said. I have been in many battles and preferably, I wish to fight in the front lines. However, I have faced failure in battle as well as witnessing failed attempts at invading small cities in Rieste eyes, Cocytus explained. Okay, so what did that teach you? Naruto asked. It taught me that everyone else likes to run head first into battle. Besides that, the Orc Lord's army sounds like they are uncaring and disorganized, meaning they care very little for camaraderie, Cocytus explained. Hakura understood what he meant. You are correct, my friend. The orcs are not exactly intelligent, very ferocious and powerful, but are reckless nonetheless, he said. So what? Maybe try to corner them or trap them, maybe, Naruto asked. Caging a wild animal is not always wise, my lord, Cocytus said. Still, you may be able to distract them or disorganize them as to not overrun our forces, Hakura adds. At the same time, it may not be entirely wise to spread their forces, he said. Naruto sighed. Okay, maybe some way to take them out in a single blast? No, not a single blast. Maybe from a good vantage point. I don't know, he said before blocking Hakura's sword with his tendril-shaped arm. At least you seem to maintain some focus, Hakura said as he can see Naruto trying to keep a cool mind while under stress. Cocytus sighed. At least like my previous lord, you are not jumping towards just annihilating the foe, especially with our poor resources, he said as he learned from his previous mistakes in battle. Yay, now which one should I resurrect? I have enough power left to restore one floor guardian, and hopefully it's not someone insane or wanting to kill everything because it makes sense to them. Naruto asked. Cocytus was told about this news earlier when Naruto met up with him. They both settled on talking about this later and now seemed like a good time. It also appeared that Hakuru wanted to try his hand at passing on some wisdom. And what are these floor guardians? What kind of people are they? Both as people and skill-wise. Hakuru asked. In a summarized format, we have Demiurge, who is a genius and conducts experiments. Then there's Mare and Aura, who are tamers of monsters but are still young and lack maturity. Shaltir is our strongest floor guardian but a poor tactician and has disturbing tastes. Cocytus said as Shaltir secretly disturbed him. And there's that giant, Gargantua too. Wasn't he the one with the best stats? Naruto asked. Yes, but while he is technically stronger than Shaltir, he lacks intelligence and just wanders around unless given a command. Cocytus answers. As much as a giant golem meant for sieges sounds nice, I think I might want more strategy in this case. Naruto said as Hakuru nods. Well then, who do you see serving you with little to no hesitance and producing the resources to help the village? Hakuru asked. After a few minutes of deliberation, the group finally came up with a final answer, with Naruto raising the scroll over his head in a victory pose. Hakuru sighed at the childishness while Cocytus clapped for his new leader as a form of praise. Despite how rushed it felt, everyone realized how perfect it sounded, as it mostly focused on how the presence of another floor guardian may affect the chemistry of village's inhabitants. I say despite the personalities you described. This may be the best option, as ample power may not be enough in the future. Hakuru said with Cocytus nodding. Okay, today we are summoning Lord Naruto, Nichiya yells as he flies by. What's going on? Naruto asked as his face turned serious. There's an unconscious stranger being brought to the village, Nichiya answered while making an odd pose. Naruto's sweat dropped. Tell me more on the way. Sorry senseis, I gotta go, he yells as he runs into the village square. My lord has called me sensei. I could not feel any more honored with such a title, Cocytus exclaims with excitement in his voice. You are such a brown nose, Hakuru comments. In the village square, as soon as Naruto arrived, Yami started to exit his body and followed his counterpart. As they made it to the scene, they found an unconscious young man with the physical appearance of a child. Alongside the young man were a few goblins that had carried him to the village. What's going on here? Naruto asked as a crowd started to form up. This man appears to be injured and barely alive, Yami said as he bent down beside the reindeer's passenger. Then Naruto thought of something. Yami, if you are a part of me, do you have any of my skills? Like Web of Intrigue? He asked. Yami nods. For once, you are making a smart suggestion, he said as he placed a hand on the man's chest, where his fingers started to surround the body. This may take a moment, he said. Naruto then turned towards the goblins. Where did you find this guy? He asked. He just washed up on shore. We didn't think much until we felt a lot of power coming from him. Not anywhere near the amount you and Lady Wendy have though, one goblin explained. Modesty is not helping here, Naruto said. He's right, Yami said as he finished. This individual is holding a bija. I guess these things are weaker than the Tsundere, he said subtly referring to Veldora. Naruto's eyes widened as he whispered into Yami's ear, even though there was no physical ear. Like the fox? He asked. It's weaker than the fox, but yet. He's also a Kage of another village, Yami answered after extracting enough information. Why is there a Kage here? Naruto asked, trying to keep it down to a whisper. It's a strange story. I'll pass on the memories later, Yami answered. So how bad is it? Naruto asked. He's taken a lot of beatings. His clothes are tattered and I think these wounds are from a battle, Yami explained as he studied the damage. I wish that Hokage was here. I could take her knowledge and try to work this out. Though perhaps a few potions should be able to fix some of this, he continued to explain. And his name? Naruto asked. His name is Yugura Karatachi, Yandere Mizukage of Kirigakure, Yami answered. Naruto raised a brow. Zabuza's village? He asked before Yami nodded. Weird, maybe there's a way back to Konoha, but I'm not risking that now, he said as he raised up Yugura's unconscious body. Let's take him inside, Yami said. We'll help, said one of the goblins as the group took Yagura from Naruto. Thanks, guys, Naruto said as they took the Mizukage to one of the medical wards. Elsewhere, with Wendy while in the main hall, Wendy looked at the documents she made up with Carla. While everyone else was preparing for the war, Wendy decided to try her hand at organizing a proper government. Although she was a little girl, she knew the bare basics and received help from others such as Shigat and the Exceed elders. Okay, here we have it, Wendy said, raising up a drawing of a government branch. The drawing is crude, but legible at least, Carla said as she read the drawing. I want a promotion, Kanna said. You will get one soon, Kanna, just wait a little bit, Wendy replied as Kanna nodded. Still, I need help with organizing names and titles. Naruto and Wendy Supreme Overlord Secret Service Carla, Khan Narigard Prime Minister Shigat Regent Spy Brigade Sea Army Generals Kositis, Hakura Army Officers Panther Lily, Nichiya Civilians and Workers. Carla sweat dropped. It needs some work, but at least we know who will be charged. Still isn't Supreme Overlords a bit too threatening? She asked. Wendy looked confused. You think? Someone suggested the title, she said. Who told you? Carla asked. Nabril, one of the maids, Wendy answered. That's when Yuri came in with a tray. I've brought you tea, Lady Wendy, she said. Thank you, Yuri. Also, is this a good title? Wendy asked as she pointed at her name. I see nothing wrong with it, Yuri said with Carla sighing. It's a bit threatening, don't you think? Carla asked, knowing Yuri is the most sensible of her sisters. I personally see no issue, but I suppose there are other names. Who suggested this? Yuri asked. Nabril, Wendy answered again. Yuri sighed. I see now, at least my younger sister recognizes her loyalties, she said. Now then, how about we start listing titles you are comfortable with? She asked as she grabbed a pen. Empress Wendy, Kanna suggested. Good, what else? Yuri asked. Destroyer of Evil, Kanna suggested again. Okay, perhaps a title to bring fear will help, Yuri said as Carla facebound. What about for Lord Naruto? She asked. Delinquent, that suits him best, Carla said before Yuri delivered a chop to her head. Be serious, Yuri said sternly. Cheyenne then came in with a big bowl of food. I hope everyone is hungry, she said, presenting something disgusting. Once again, it somehow turned purple and moved on its own. At least now Wendy was very aware that this was not a baby symbiote. Though this one was different compared to the last dish, as this food was covered in smoke for some reason. Yuri pushed up her glasses. I will assume that Cheyenne will not receive title of head chef, she said. Cheyenne pouted. But I worked so hard this time, she whined. Have you taste tested it? Carla asked with her arms folded. As I said before, I cannot eat food that is meant for Lady Wendy, Cheyenne answered. Also, are you still making names? She asked. Yes, Supreme Overlords is not an appropriate name, Carla answered. Cheyenne smiled as she heard that. Then I have some ideas, she said as Yuri got the pen ready. Lady Wendy can be Queen Wendy and Lord Naruto. Shuna no Ato, she said. Eh? Wendy asked. Husband of Shuna? Yuri asked. Cheyenne laughed. Shuna clearly visits his home, and I can tell it's not just to feed Lady Wendy, she said before realizing who else was in the room. Such accusations are not hilarious, Cheyenne, Shuna said as she came into the room. They are hilarious because they are true, Shuna, Cheyenne replied with a smirk. Yuri adjusted her glasses. While the news of my new master obtaining a bride sounds exciting. Can we move on? She asked. Albedo visited our house last night and helped with dinner too, Kanna said as Shuna tried to hide her scowl. Oh my! Lady Albedo is just as good as a bride, Yuri said as Shuna looked more jealous by the minute. In fact, since Lady Wendy is still a child, Lord Naruto can produce an heir within a couple of years. This is perfect for the future, she said, sounding astounded. Shuna's peaceful nature started to dissolve. I'm going to leave now, she said. Where are you going? Wendy asked. I'm helping Naruto make dinner plans, Shuna said as she left. Naruto's cooking tastes like dry wood without her help, Kanna said as Cheyenne's eyes widened. I see. I suppose Shuna was just keeping you all alive, Cheyenne said before she heard screaming outside. Oh! Shuna, where are you dragging me? Naruto asked. I'm taking you out to get groceries, Shuna answered. Groceries? We don't have a supermarket. Yami Ram Sans, heck, I'll even take Circe. Someone help! Naruto cries out as it sounds like he's being dragged. Carla shrugged. I'm sure he's fine, she said, not caring much for Naruto's situation. Unbeknownst to Naruto or anyone else that matter, Ram was actually nearby and watched the scene unfold. Surprisingly, with a smile on her face as she found the scene to quite hilarious. At the same time, the pink-haired Oni looked around the village for a quick moment and closed her eyes. It's not the home I want, but it's the home Ram and I need, Ram thought as she started to accept Tempest as her new home. Chapter 10. With Naruto. Once again, Naruto found himself sitting down and consoling his personal problems with reliable friends. Mainly because he didn't want to hear Aranya belittle him for having no tact. So he settled with Kobayashi and Gabiya, who were more positive. Though they also lacked some knowledge of women, which was ironic considering the fact that Kobayashi is a goblina. It sounds like Shuna is taking charge of this relationship, Gabiya said with a snicker. Naruto groaned. I don't understand women, he whined. Have you tried asking that weird parasite attached to you? Gabiya asked. Yami is not a very positive person, Naruto answered. And it wouldn't help either, Gabiya. Yami is basically a jerk, but his intelligence is more or less the same as Naruto's, Kobayashi pointed out. Then what a better way than to get advice from yourself, right? You can't do anything if you don't believe in yourself, Gabiya said. Naruto sighed. Then you should already know that Yami thinks I am an idiot, he said. Besides, I like to see him handle this stuff. Yo! Bring on the next menu items, he shouts. That last stuff with the honey felt stiff, but did you guys feel like you couldn't have enough? Kobayashi asked. It's hard to say. It's good and bad, Gabiya said awkwardly. I'm really bad at describing this stuff, he said with a sheepish smile. I'm in the middle, like I can't stop but I want to stop, Naruto answered as Kobayashi answered awkwardly. When suddenly a human with cat ears appeared. Here you three go, he said. Who the heck are you? Naruto asked. I'm Myo. I woke up and learned the transformation skill. Somehow it lets me brew these drinks to make them better, Myo answered. Wow, oh yeah, I think I remember that could happen, Naruto muttered. What could happen? Kobayashi asked. Naruto gave a nervous chuckle. Apparently I can rename people. So I did it to Myo here without realizing he could evolve like Carla, he said. Hey, does that mean I can get super strong if you rename me? Gabiya asked excitedly. Naruto shrugged. I have no clue, but probably not, he said as Gabiya's sweat dropped. Anyways, let's try those drinks now, he said as Myo put down a plate of drinks. Bottoms up, guys, Kobayashi said. Cheers, they said before clinging their glasses and drinking their beverages. Naruto let out a shiver before hearing a voice. Notice, removing toxins from Zeppeto's honey, Great Sage said. Now it feels a bit bland. Oh well, I don't want another situation like last night, Naruto said before Kobayashi slammed her cup down. Got it. No pretty girls allowed in your house. Ha ha! She laughed. Gabiya snickered. That kind of sounds like what you're trying to avoid, he said. Don't say it like that. I just don't want a random encounter, Naruto exclaimed. Is little Naruto a man now? Kobayashi asked. He is, he grew up so fast, Gabiya answered while wiping away a fake tear. You guys are drunk already? Naruto asked. 20 minutes later. Then we're in agreement, Naruto shouts. Heck yeah! We need a bathhouse next, Kobayashi shouts. Yeah, I want to bathe in hot water filled with minerals, Naruto adds. Suddenly Gabiya was wearing glasses and had buck teeth. I don't know how we're doing it, but it's the first task we're getting done with the Orc Lord, he screams. Heck yeah! I'll kick his ass myself, Naruto yelled. While Great Sage was able to completely remove all toxins and any chance of Naruto getting drunk, he was still excitable and slightly aggressive as it's a part of his natural personality. Meaning that he was saying random things and the two drunk goblins were going along with whatever he is talking about. Although, some bathhouses or even a hot spring resort does sound nice. If only they had the knowledge, skill, and resources to create one. That's it. I'm going to tell Kaijin, no? Command him to build a bathhouse, Naruto said before slamming his fist onto the table. Tomorrow, right now I feel sleepy, he said more calmly. Yeah, I'm tired too, Gabiya said as his head hit the table. I'm heading home too. Myo is going to charge me rent if I stay the night on the floor again, Kobayashi said as Naruto nods. Sure thing, good night Kobayashi, Naruto said as he stood up. Good night Naruto, Kobayashi said as she left as well. Neither cared enough to wake up Gabiya, let alone give him some help back home. On the way back home Naruto let out a burp. I'm gross, but at least now I don't feel sick like last time, he said as he didn't want to earn Shuna's ire. Just as Naruto made his way back to the shack where Kana and Wendy were, the blonde symbiote hybrid found himself meeting another female acquaintance of his. Most likely someone he didn't want to go to his home at this hour. Oh, Lord Naruto! How are you this evening? Cheyenne asked as she waved at him. Naruto suddenly found a vision of himself bringing Cheyenne home with him. Not in a sexual way, of course. No, the problem wasn't making girls think he was a playboy or making Shuna mad. The problem to be weary about is Cheyenne forcefully making herself tonight's chef and feeding everyone with her terrible food. Before Cheyenne could come closer, Naruto turned 180 degrees around and started running. Is he not happy to see me? Cheyenne asked with a sad face. Only to realize something. I remember now. Albedo said that he was feeling sick the other night. I hope he's okay, I know. I'll just visit him later and make a special recipe to heal his illness, she said before happily walking back home. Even while avoiding Cheyenne for the sake of not eating food that tastes worse than sulfuric acid. Naruto will likely find a lot of bad food in his breakfast or dinner menu one of these days. The next morning, as Naruto expected, Shuna did arrive, but at least she wasn't angry with him for any reason. With that danger aside and Naruto having already given Albedo her gloves back, Naruto decided to take a look at his army, which included a lot of skeletons. However, something else did come across his mind when he thought about his late-night drinks with his goblin friends. I mean, Neo is just a bartender, but he got more smart. Maybe Panther Lily and everyone else can a power boost, Naruto said out loud. Power boost, Kanna said as she suddenly appeared. Kanna? What are you doing here? Naruto asked. Shuna is making weird costumes to put on Wendy, Kanna answered. And you didn't help her? Naruto asked. I don't want to be Shuna's next victim, Kanna answered. Naruto sighed. I see, Shuna can be intense in different ways. Anyways, I learned something new, he said, piquing Kanna's interest. I learned I can rename every monster that has name. But I'm not going to do that to hobgoblins since I doubt they'll change, he said. So why is that important? Kanna asked, already sounding bored. Because I can still do that to the Exceeds. It even works if I give them the same name, Naruto said. It was mostly an assumption since Naruto got renamed by the fox. It was confusing to think about, but Naruto assumed it was because the fox is more powerful than his previous state. Then again, Naruto named Yami, but it likely didn't work since he's just a sentient born from his subconscious and negative thoughts. The former Konoha ninja would be sure to keep notes on this later. Let's try it on Carla's mom. I want to see what Carla looks like as an adult, Kanna said. I guess it's a good test. Maybe I need to double-check my theory, Naruto said. With Wendy felt snug in her new outfit. I don't feel comfortable, she said. Shuna looked saddened. Is it too tight, or maybe the colors hurt your eyes? She asked. This is outfit number 5, by the way. In the room with them were some of the Goblinas along with Carla and her mother, nearly all of them watching how adorable Wendy appears in her current outfit, which appeared to be a little maid outfit with some inspiration from the 6 Pleiades from Nazarick. It feels tight around the chest, Wendy said as if she struggled to breathe. Suddenly Naruto arrived. Hey, Wendy, you look so adorable, he said as Wendy ran up to him and hugged his waist. I want you to stay tiny forever and Siscon, Kanna said. I am not a Siscon, Kanna. Wait, mission. I forgot about the mission, Naruto said before noticing the former Exceed Queen. What are you blabbering on about? Carla asked. Queen Shigat, I hereby rename you. Shigat looked surprised. She expected anything to come out of Naruto's mouth by this point. Shigat, he finished. Except maybe that. But my name is Shigat, she said before feeling strange. That's an odd sensation, she said as her magical power grew. Naruto stared intently for a couple of minutes. I think I did it wrong, he said. Plan is a failure, Kanna said. It is. Let's go try somewhere else, Naruto said before hugging Wendy one more time. And you, don't stop being adorable, he said as Wendy giggled. Bye, big brother, Wendy said as Naruto and Kanna ran off. Did the moron leave? Ram asked as she poked her head out from a divider. Yes, Ram, you don't have to be so rude, Shuna said. Good, because I don't want to be hugged, Ram said as she came out with a maid outfit on. Hold on, sister, I don't think I'm wearing it right, Rem said, also coming out with a maid outfit. Shuna giggled. Aren't you two the most adorable? She said as Rem blushed. I think Yuri and her sisters would be proud, she said. As Shuna took pride in her work and the girls allowed themselves to try on new clothing. Naruto and Kanna would spend the rest of the day renaming all of the exceeds, most of whom were just given the same name and still obtained more power, though some had the same issue as Gapta and Gabzu, where they looked relatively the same despite growing stronger. Others had the ability to turn into human hybrids like Carla, while others just remained anthropomorphic. Still, it made the reserve forces of Extalia feel more useful for the upcoming battle ahead. Days later, with things having gone quiet with the lizard men despite the temporary treaty Sei got for the village, Naruto worked out a strategy and created several groups to prepare to combat the invading orcs. Wendy took the first group with Carla, Cheyenne, Benimaru, Hakuru, and a mix of goblins and exceeds. Naruto took Panther Lily, Cocytus, Sei, Albedo, Logan, and a few of the undead armed forces from Nazarick. Rigard stayed behind with his son and the remaining forces in fortified positions to defend the village in case things get that bad. Hey kid, we got a live one and it isn't looking good, Logan said. Naruto looked up ahead and saw a lizard woman fighting 3 orcs on her own, before killing one of them with a spear, but not without taking a heavy blow to her side. Just as the female lizard collapsed and prepared to meet her end, Naruto stabbed the ground with his symbiote arm, causing a giant root to appear under the 2 orcs, where giant claws appeared and crushed the 2 foes before they could kill the lizard woman. Naruto then ran up to her. Hey, how bad is it? Why are you here alone? He asked. My brother Gabiru, he overthrew my father and decided to assault the orcs head-on, the female said. Damn, that's likely going to make them pile up, Naruto said. Should I scout ahead? Sui asked. Definitely, report back soon and try not to get caught in any fighting. We need every man, woman, and carcass, Naruto said. Logan snorted. You're not thinking about using their bones for your voodoo, are you? He asked as he looked at the dead orcs. A numbers advantage is always good, but Lord Naruto will likely spend a lot of magic and time for these 3 alone. It's best to heal the female and move on. Cocytus speaks up. Cocytus is right. We need to keep going, Panther Lily said. Yeah, I'll just heal this girl and move on, Naruto said as he grabbed one of the potions Wendy prepared for him. Once the lizard woman was healed and ready to move, Naruto looked towards Sui and had an idea. Sui, do you think you can take her back to the lizard men base? We need everyone's support now that Gabiru screwed things up, Naruto asked. Sui nodded. It will be done, he said as he grabbed the lizard woman and left. Whoever this Gabiru man is deserves execution, Albedo said. Naruto sighed. Knowing how arrogant and reckless he is, I think the orcs will deal with him for us, he said. I suppose that will also work, Albedo said. That's when they heard some explosions in the distance. It looks like your kid's sister is already fighting them, Logan said. Then we gotta move now, Panther Lily said. Naruto nods. Baskerville, to me, he said as he summoned his demonic hound. With Wendy in the distance, Wendy saw the lizard men get surrounded very quickly. Initially, she was confused as to why their army was fighting the orc army headfirst into battle. Initially, things seemed to go well until the orcs started eating the corpses of their deceased allies, which terrified Wendy. Cheyenne initially shielded the little girl's eyes, but Wendy quickly had to accept the evils of this world. As it got worse as the orcs started eating the lizard men as they were being cornered. By the time the main boss arrived, Gabiru challenged him to a one-on-one battle, only to learn that he was merely an orc general and completely inferior when compared to the real orc lord. Even now, Gabiru put up a good fight only to be beaten badly by the general. This is odd. I was sure Sui's information about the lizard men was accurate, Hakura said. What does that mean? Carla asked. When I spoke to Naruto and Cocytus during our tactical meetings, Sui said that the lizard men were going on the defensive until we could properly find a way to fight their large numbers with few sacrifices. Hakuru answered as he strokes his beard. Clearly Sui was lied to, or there is a big change of plans. Carla said. Either way, the lizard men are our friends and they need our help. Ranga, you and Gobda distract the general, Wendy said as the wolf nodded. At once, Rang said as he and the hobgoblin jumped into battle. Wendy then turned to the Kijin. I don't think revenge is a good thing, but I think you all deserve a chance to fight for the homes and friends you all lost, she said. The three former ogres smiled. And what is your command, Lady Wendy? Benimaru asked. If you can, I want you all to pick a bigger fight across from the general, Wendy answered. That will definitely teach them a lesson they will never forget. Cheyenne said as her tribe happily agreed jump into the middle of the war. Is that a good idea, Wendy? It seemed reckless. Carla asked. Wendy nodded. We can't be careful all the time, Carla. There's bad people we have to watch out for and learn to deal with, she answered. On the battlefield, just as Gabru was about to be struck down by the orc general's massive sword, Gobda jumped in and blocked the blade with all of his might. Soon after, Ranga arrived and blasted away several orcs with lightning that came out of his horn. What the heck? Are you one of the goblins from that village? Gabru asked. Heck yeah, I am, Gobta answered. Not only that, but Ranga here is a two-horned star Tempest wolf, he adds. What is this? A goblin and a puppy? You challenge the orc army with this minuscule backup? He asked. Ranga snarled. I am no puppy. When you insult me, you insult Lady Wendy and Lord Naruto, he growled. I don't know who you or your masters are, but if they are in the way of my army, then you will all perish, the general said as he prepared to kill everyone. Suddenly, Ranga's horn emanated with a powerful amount of lightning. That will never happen! Death storm! He howls as the entire sky is darkened even further. As the sight of nature changing drastically to fit Ranga's rage and contempt for the orcs threatening his home. Everyone on both sides witnessed as several tornadoes started to form and picked up large amounts of orcs. As lightning came crackling down and electrocuted many forces of the orc army to the point that they were nothing but ash. Essentially, Ranga proved his devotion by forcing nature itself into ripping apart anyone who opposed him. That training with Lord Naruto seriously paid off, Gobda said with awe. Of course it did! This is how I gained my second horn in Nazarick. Imagine if that small space was much bigger and on the outside, Ranga replied. Though deep down, he hardly had any real control back then. So he felt insufficient when it came to fighting the forces of Nazarick when they were their foes in the past. Especially when Naruto nearly died near the end of that fight. Now Ranga felt like he had redeemed himself by destroying an equally greater threat. Take that! You think I'm a weak puppy now? Ranga asked after the storm died down. Gobta's sweat dropped. Ranga, they're dead now, he said as the wave of orcs in front of them were nothing but ash. I know, that's the point of me mocking them, Ranga replied. With Naruto whistled at the sight of those explosions in the distance. I think we're making good progress. We should increase you training too, boy, he said to Baskerville, who grinned. Soon enough, they saw several large explosions in the distance. A sort of blue-purple barrier would form within a large wave of orcs and grow before imploding, taking out the entire wave that was caught within the explosion. Naruto smirked as he saw the three remaining Kijin taking out these orcs with relative ease. Normally I'm against revenge, but this is more of self-defense. Is that right? Naruto asked. Yami stuck his head out. More of a defense against terrorism or war in this case. Either way, there's nothing wrong in my opinion, he said. Naruto shrugged. Whatever, I'm just glad those guys are on our side. Too bad they can't stay when this is all over, he said. As the orcs continued to spread around, Naruto raised his hand up high and signaled for his skeleton archers to start firing on the confused crowd of orcs, resulting in even more explosions in the process, and before the surviving orcs could take the chance to eat their fallen comrades to acquire their strength. Naruto looked at one of the elder liches he took with him. You think you can poison or rot those corpses? Naruto asked. The lich gave a disturbing laugh. Quite a simple task, my lord, he said as he released a powerful miasma around the dead. As the orcs ate and prepared to fight again until death, Many started to cry out and vomit blood as the corpses were poisoned. The only real downside of this was the fact that the orcs were acting on impulse and didn't completely register the fact that their food was poisoned. With that, Naruto led his group forward as the numbers of the Orc Lord's army started to reduce at a rapid pace. "I see why Kurt didn't want to come. This is literally nightmare fuel, kid," Logan said. "But it's smart, so you told me that these guys eat their own. The undead may be creepy, but eating them is a bigger risk than a benefit," Naruto explained. "A wise decision, Lord Naruto. While there is the risk of obtaining an undead skill, there is no guarantee that they would be able to devour the bodies and survive," Kosida said, as he also believed an undead would likely poison an orc. As the group made their way deeper into the battlefield, they spotted the real Orc Lord, who was flanked by 2 lesser orcs. As all sides prepared to engage the Orc Lord and potentially end this war, they were interrupted by a sudden explosion in between them and the Orc Lord, revealing a short man with a plague doctor's mask and white top hat. "Who's this chump?" Logan asked. "I don't know, but be ready. If someone like Gobda can be strong, this guy could be a major danger," Panther Lily said as he drew his large sword. The masked man looked around and snarled. "Orc Lord! What has happened? Did you fail me?" he asked angrily. "I think we found the puppet master," Albedo said. "What?" Naruto asked. Suddenly Gabara looked excited. "Lord Gelmud! You've returned to save the lizard men!" he cried out. "It is as I said, Lord Naruto. The orcs may be powerful, but they are mindless animals who act on impulse," Albedo said as she saw Gelmud walk up to the Orc Lord. "Why is it that everyone fails me? I've given so many names, created so many weapons, and yet the forest of Jura still isn't mine," Gelmud yelled angrily. "Wait a minute. Gelmud is the name of the guy who named the original Rigger and Gabaru. That means he's been causing all of this trouble," Naruto exclaimed as the facts connected together. Panther Lily nodded. "I knew that Shrimp was trouble when he arrived," he said as he prepared for a fight. "Even worse, I won't have a demon lord to control. He will be very angry with me," Gelmud adds. "Demon lord?" the Orc Lord asked. "Yes, demon lord. I wanted you to evolve into that. Now do as I say and finish these pesky creatures off," Gelmud commanded. But Gabaru was concerned. "But Lord Gelmud, you have to save the lizard men," he pleads. "Shut up, you stupid lizard! I already wasted enough time and energy on you and you turned out to be worthless," Gelmud yelled angrily. Naruto glared at Gelmud. "This guy is worse than Zabuza," he said. Now Naruto thought back to his time in Wave Country when he met the Demon of the Mist, where he and his apprentice Haku tried to kill Tazuna and the latter talked about how he was nothing but a tool. In the end, Naruto broke through Zabuza's tough shell and made him admit that he cared about Haku as a person than a resource. But this bastard named Gelmud is 1,000 times worse. "I disagree, Gato was the real monster," Yami said. "Oh yeah, I guess Zabuza's philosophy was just confusing to me," Naruto said as he wasn't a fan of the Demon of the Mist's way of thinking. So much worse that he makes Gato look like a misguided child. Though like Gato, Gelmud clearly saw this whole battle as a wasted investment. Now he was pulling out by getting rid of Gabaru. "Just die, you stupid lizard! Magic bullet!" Gelmud yelled as he fired a heavy amount of magic at Gabaru. "Sir Gabaru!" his loyal followers yelled. In a blink of the eye, Gabaru found himself in one piece with hardly any injuries, as he saw his followers risking their lives to use themselves as shields to save their leader. Now that was real loyalty everyone could respect. "Men, you all sacrificed yourselves?" Gabaru asked, almost sounding hoarse. "We did it for you, Sir Gabaru. Only you can lead the lizard men," one of them said before passing out. Gelmud snarled. "Even when I give you an order that simple, you are still too incompetent," he yelled angrily. "This will finish you off for good. Death March Dance!" he yells as he unleashed a single blast that turned into a volley of projectiles. Just as Gabaru prepared to be killed this time, Wendy suddenly appeared and blocked the attack with a single hand. Even the little girl was surprised by how quickly she was able to stop the attack. "That felt too weak," Wendy commented. "What?" Gelmud asked, feeling shocked by Wendy's strength. Wendy then kicked Gelmud in the stomach. "Take that, you bully!" she yelled. Gelmud stumbled back and clutched his stomach. "You little brat!" he yelled before being restrained by black webs. as Naruto stood over him in full symbiote form. Care to tell us who you are working for? Who is he that you are referring to? He asked. Gelmud started to shiver. You won't get anything out of me, he yelled. Naruto turned his arm into a large hammer. Oh well, he said before bashing Gelmud's head, causing him to skid towards the Orc Lord. HHHH! Kill them, Orc Lord! Gelmud commanded as he held his head in pain. I am so very hungry, the Orc Lord said impassively. I don't care. Do as you are told, Orc Lord, I mean Geld! Gelmud yelled as Geld merely stood there, which only further frustrated him. What are you doing? I said to kill them, *. Asterisk splat asterisk everyone is stunned into silence. The seemingly emotionless monster that Gelmud controlled had developed a mind of its own. As the Orc Lord known as Geld beheaded Gelmud without so much as a second thought. As the head of Gelmud fell as a pool of blood came out from his neck, Geld bent and started to devour Gelmud's remains as if he had never eaten before. When it was over, a giant swirl of energy surrounded Geld, before evolving into a brand new and much more powerful monster. What happened now? Naruto wondered. Answer: the Orc Lord has successfully evolved into the Demon Lord, known as Orc Disaster. Great Sage answered. Even though no one else other than Wendy received this information or realized this, Cheyenne was the first to run headfirst towards the Orc Disaster, where she let out a scream as she slammed her heavy sword at Geld, which Geld blocked without much effort and pushed her back. Hakura took this chance and attacked when Geld least expected it, decapitating the new Demon Lord with ease, only be shocked as Geld looked unfazed. Geld merely picked up his head as several green tentacles came out of his neck and reached his severed head, where the head started to reattach by itself without showing any sign of damage. Okay, so he can regenerate. That's not good, Naruto said. Suddenly, Sui came out of nowhere and trapped Geld in a cocoon of threads. Finish him off, Benimaru, he yelled. Benimaru obliged. Take this, you foul swine! Hell flare! He yelled as he blasted Geld. The cocoon was destroyed in the process, and the Orc Disaster stood tall with some minor damages. This motivated Ranga to howl into the air and unleash Death Storm upon Geld, causing him to hit the ground and take a massive injury once the heavy lightning had disappeared. That's when one of the orcs ran to Geld's side and kneeled before him. My lord, you are injured! Please devour me and regain your strength, the orc follower pleaded. Naruto's eyes widened. Cocytus! Freeze them both in place! He yelled as Cocytus ran up to the orcs and slammed his staff down, causing a giant wave of ice to appear that temporarily restrained the two. Albedo, fuse with me now. If an orc gains strength through cannibalism, they may regain health, he yelled. Albedo nodded and grabbed onto him, causing the two to combine again. The new symbiote roared as it started to fly towards the trapped orcs. Naruto used Albedo's halberd to strike down the Orc Disaster while he was at his weakest. Doing so broke the restraints around Geld as Naruto sent him skidding across the ground. We are not letting you heal, Naruto/Albedo said together. Geld snarled. I grow more hungry by the second. Every second makes me more furious, he yelled as he ran straight at the two. Walls of Jericho! Naruto/Albedo yelled as they blocked the orcs' weapons, as Geld furiously attacked the barrier. Naruto charged up a large Rasengan in one palm and slammed it into Geld's stomach, making him crash back even further. Geld started to get even more angry and raised his hand in the air. The result was a bright red orb rising from his pal and turning into several more orbs. Having eaten Gelmud and obtaining his powers, Geld used Death March Dance and aimed at the Kijin along with everyone else around Wendy. I'm very hungry, so I'll eat while you save your friends, Geld yelled as the blast was about to hit the group. Damn! We need to go back, Naruto/Albedo screamed. I'll deal with it. While I'm at it, I'll attach myself to one of the Kijin, Yami yelled as he removed himself from the pair. Minions! Come to me and become my dinner! I need more power! Geld commanded. Yes, my lord! Several orcs yelled. I will not allow that! Cocytus yells as he generated a giant wall of ice to block them. There's no way you're pumping up that bastard! Logan yelled as he and Panther Lily intercepted the incoming orcs, with Geld having his food order cancelled. Naruto continued to assault him while Yami tried to stop the attack, only for Wendy to shield the Kijin first. Yami nodded at the younger girl before trying to aim for one of his allies. I need to borrow one of you, Yami said as he blindly attached himself to Cheyenne. Oh my! This is a strange sensation, Cheyenne said as her body was completely possessed by Yami, creating a dark purple symbiote with enlarged fangs and a more defined horn at the head. Yami looked at his new vessel and nodded before grabbing Cheyenne's sword and strapping it to his/their back. We will be right back, Yami/Cheyenne said before taking off an accelerated speed. Hakuru stroked his beard in interest. How unique! It seems that Lord Naruto and his counterpart can amplify the physique of their partner, he said. Well, let's help them out. There's still more orcs trying to sacrifice themselves, Wendy said as she pointed at the incoming orcs. Carla sighed. At least now they are less eager to fight, she said. She followed her friend back to the fight. Geld surrounded himself with several crimson-like serpents. Chaos Eater! He roared. Naruto proceeded to dodge each serpent head with all the speed he and Albedo could pick up, along with having to parry a few of the serpents as they started to become too fast to avoid. Which they didn't have to worry about as Yami arrived and severed one of Geld's arms with black flame while he was distracted, resulting in Geld's wounds being surrounded in the flames as well as the flames consuming his severed arm. Your arm is gone. There will be no more reattachment, Yami/Cheyenne said. Geld poked his flaming limb with a look of curiosity. It appeared that his new status as Orc Disaster made him immune to pain if that wasn't something he already had before. Regardless, he is very sure there is no chance to heal from that wound, and that's taking in the plausible situation of his severed arm being reattached. In response to this, Geld ripped off his arm from the shoulder and used part of his remaining energy to grow back an entirely new one. He can regenerate regardless of food? Naruto/Albedo asked. No, he is using his remaining magic. There is no telling how much he has left, Yami/Cheyenne answered before Geld flared his power. Geld's fury was beyond describable by this point. Once again, Geld used Death March Dance but did it twice with both arms, resulting in Yami and Naruto blocking the attacks with their own barriers. While attempting to block the projectiles, the two were left open for Geld to grab and start crushing with his massive fists. Geld laughed. You two will be very tasty, he said happily. Cheyenne and Albedo growled through their symbiotic partners. However, before anyone said anything, a large red magic seal appeared under them. The two pairs looked back to see Wendy preparing a flare circle in an attempt to stop Geld once and for all. Good job, Wendy! Fire when ready! Naruto/Albedo yelled. We have to eject our hosts first, Yami/Cheyenne yelled. Naruto nodded before literally ejecting Albedo from his body while using his webs to soften her landing. Yami did the exact same with Cheyenne as both were set on fire by Wendy's skill. Luckily for them, they both had a heavy resistance against fire when Naruto attempted to absorb a part of Ifrit's power. Keep him still! Yami yelled. I know. A good thing we're both fireproof, right? Naruto asked. I wish I could say the same for every skill, Yami said. What? Are you missing some? Naruto asked. Frankly, I do not have poison resistance. Which is why when you were drinking, a part of it went into me, so I'm forcing it back to you, Yami explained. Okay, first, I'm not sure how that works. Second, you're telling me right now that you're the reason I almost got drunk that one night? Naruto asked. To be fair, we never realized Myo was making alcohol, and also, shame on you, Yami said before hearing Geld laugh. At least this guy is dying with a smile on his face from hearing us bicker, Naruto said. Geld continued to laugh as Wendy's skill timed out and did nothing to him. Both symbiotes looked at each other in confusion as Geld waved off the pain. Wondering what happened, Naruto asked Great Sage to scan their foe. Notice, an error has occurred. The Orc Disaster has a high resistance against many elements, including fire, Great Sage stated. Naruto sighed. Of course, a little barbecue is nothing for this guy, he said as Yami frowned behind his face. Actually, it was hard to tell since his face looked like a mask. The most expressions Yami could make was moving his eyes around to look angry or surprised. That, and most of the time he seemed passive-aggressive most of the time when not acting emotionless. Geld continued to laugh. Did you two think that your little fire would be enough? He asked in a taunting manner. To be honest, I sort of did, Naruto said as he scratched his head while tilting his head at Yami. Yami looked at the corner of his eye and saw Wendy sneaking behind Geld. where she transformed into a slime and attached herself to his back. Geld immediately tried to lure behind him as he sensed Wendy's slime form surrounding his body. Jiami started to laugh. I think burning may have been a better way to go. Because Wendy has been taught to not waste any food, he said, almost sounding sadistic. What the? Geld asked as Wendy was spreading all over his body. In fact, I think we should join her. Don't you think? Naruto asked as he faced Jiami. The two symbiotes became one again and began to spread all over Geld's body, without having much of a chance to avoid the parasite and the slime from devouring him. Geld found himself being consumed on two fronts. In Geld's mind, Wendy and Naruto found themselves in a new plane. Naruto narrowed his eyes as this reminded him of the images he usually sees while using Web of Intrigue. As this is more than likely a memory of Geld's, as they can see a more normal version of him standing over some younger orcs, all of them crying and begging for food. Where Geld proceeded to rip off his own arm and ask them to eat it. While seemingly morbid, the pair see that Geld had his regeneration ability and could grow back his arm. The next scene revealed Geld talking to his follower, who is actually his son. The son begged for his father to stop sacrificing his limbs, as Geld would eventually succumb to injury once he runs out of energy to keep regenerating. Geld ignores this plea and says that it's duty as king to feed his people as the orcs continue to grow in number despite their famine. Finally, now looking exhausted and lying down under the hot sun in a canyon-like setting, there Geld was approached by Gelmud, who offered him a name and food in exchange for his service. He told me as the orc lord, anyone I ate would not die. Naruto and Wendy saw the real Geld stand in front of them, with Geld facing the direction of his memory. Rather, they would be under the effects of starved. I was just another pawn in his evil scheme, he said. Wendy gave him a sad look felt with sympathy as she held on to Naruto for comfort, with Naruto also feeling some sympathy for Geld. Just a ruler who lost his way in an attempt to protect his people. That is why I constantly eat. Even if you both can eat anything, I cannot allow myself to be devoured, Geld said. We have the advantage, you will lose, Naruto said. As a matter of fact, not as a sign of arrogance. I ate all the monsters I encountered. I ate Lord Gelmud. I ate my own brethren. Still, my people are starving, Geld said as he didn't want to lose. I can't afford to lose to you, he said as his body on the outside kept eating. As they all talked, Wendy's body was doing its best to contain Geld, while Naruto's body was keeping him still and trying to drain him of his life force. It's eat or be eaten, it's a sad truth. You lose and you're going to die now, Naruto said. I told you I can't lose. If I die, my people will suffer for my sins. I'll carry the world's hunger if I have to, Geld argued. Wendy started to tear up. Then we'll eat your sins, she said. Eat my sins? Geld asked with much confusion. Yeah, not just yours though. We can eat your people's sins, Wendy suggested. You want to eat them all? You must be greedy, Geld said before his body was finally consumed. Suddenly, the entire landscape in Geld's mind had changed into one where Geld was in his original form and was surrounded by the beauty of nature. Geld could not believe what he saw as he fell and broke down into tears. I wouldn't say greedy. Not that either one of us would eat your people, Naruto said with a foxy grin. You really are greedy, Geld said, ignoring the previous statement. My hunger, it's finally sated, he said before moving on to the next life. Outside, reality, Wendy reverted into her human form and cried tears of joy before Naruto caught her in his human form. The little girl hugged Naruto tightly as the sun started to rise. He can rest in peace now, big brother, Wendy said. Naruto nodded. Yes, he will. Now, he said as he turned to face the orc army. What to do with you guys? He said. Notice, the orc disaster is now gone, Great Sage pointed out. The war with the orc army is now over. Everyone from Tempest and the lizard men cheered happily. Though it didn't look like it, Geld's son was satisfied, as his people were no longer under the effects of starved and would no longer have to invade other lands and devour their populations. With the conflict over and everyone starting to pick themselves up, Naruto and Wendy watched the sun rise when the 4 present Kijin stood behind them. Wendy looked sad as she knew what this meant but didn't say anything. So I guess this is it then. Wendy, everyone and myself are really grateful for you guys helping us out there, Naruto said as Wendy nodded while wiping her tears. Actually, I have a request if you are willing to hear me out, my lord. Benimaru said as Naruto raised a brow. If you are okay with it, I would prefer to keep serving under you and then we would all continue serving under you, he said. Are you sure? Naruto asked. Hakuru answered first. Of course, he said. Sui nodded and Cheyenne grabbed Wendy before hugging her tightly against her chest. And I can keep being your secretary and bodyguard, she said. I guess Carla's out of a job then. You're fired, Carla. Come back with bodyguard remedial training, Naruto shouted as everyone minus Carla laughed. You are not my supervisor, Carla yelled. I outrank your supervisor, Naruto yelled as everyone kept laughing. Later, at the Lizardmen cave with the war now over and Gabiru's father returned to power despite Gabiru's rebellion which almost destroyed his tribe, everyone was trying to discuss what would happen now, with Trainee appearing as a mediator as sorts. Chairman Naruto Tempest, would you like to start? Trainee asked. Naruto took a deep breath while listening to Yami. Firstly, I have no plan on charging the orcs, he said, surprising many. While I understand that lizard men took the most casualties including the ogres and anyone who isn't here with us for obvious reasons, he said. And you're screwing up already, Yami said as the last part is off script. Naruto ignored Yami. In my personal opinion, in an act of desperation, the orcs, like any other race, were desperate due to their starvation. However, this was all directly caused by a third party we know very little about, as it was Jalmud who named the orc lord, Gabiru, and a deceased goblin named Rigger, he explained. The lizard men were a bit more sympathetic and understanding, mostly concerned over a potential outside of the orcs. I can understand this. What else is there to discuss? The lizardmen chieftain asked. Wendy and I have taken upon ourselves to accept the orcs' sins on their behalf. Any objections or complaints will go straight to me, Naruto said when the Geld's son immediately stood up. He already felt guilty, and he didn't want to bring anyone down with him. No, please, that isn't necessary. It was our fault, he said in a pleading tone. We already talked to Demon Lord Geld about this, Naruto said as the son sat down. Any objections? You did lose your homes after all, he asked as he looked at Benimaru. Our people believe in survival of the fittest. We have no complaints, Benimaru said. This is acceptable, but let me ask you this. What do you intend to do with the surviving orcs? The lizardman chieftain asked. Naruto scratched his head. Okay, this may sound crazy, but what do you all think about working together? He asked. How so? The chieftain asked curiously. The lizardmen can share clean water from their lake, the goblins can offer housing, and our towns can offer processed goods, Naruto explained. In return, the orcs can offer labor. Therefore, everyone would work together. Wouldn't it be cool if there was a nation where all monster races coexist? He asked. Now this seemed a bit crazy. But that would mean, you want us orcs as a part of your alliance, right? Geld's son asked. You don't have much option in your current state. Except only those who work can eat and all that, Naruto said. The orcs accepted that deal on the spot. Yes, they yelled as they bowed their heads. We will dedicate our lives to helping, they said. Does that work for you, Trainee? Naruto asked. Trainee looked quite content. It does. In fact, the Dryads will offer protection and the bounty of the forest. We can help the orcs as well, she said as the orcs cried happily. Now then, as caretaker of the forest, I shall make a new proclamation. I appoint Naruto Tempest as the new Chancellor of the Forest of Jura, she said. Suddenly everyone in the entire room from every faction kneeled before Naruto, who immediately started to sweat from how anxious he felt. Thinking about it, Naruto could remember telling the entire class that he would be Hokage someday. With everyone laughing at him, of course. Even a year or two ago, everyone mocked him for having a dream when they deemed him a loser and an idiot. Normally, Naruto would be happy to have a title that is equal or greater than that of Hokage. What do I do now? This isn't a part of the plan, Naruto mentally screamed. Even Yami's mind failed to comprehend what happened, leaving him completely silent at the proclamation. With the fox Kurama's jaw dropped at what he heard. Everyone else started to cheer for Naruto like their favorite politician had just been elected. That bastard Yondaime wasn't this young when he was elected as Hokage. Now his brat has the same level of respect, Kurama said before bursting out laughing. In another year, this brat will be stronger than his father, he said. Veldora laughed loudly. I have no idea what you are talking about, friend. Though, I wonder what that means for his village, he said. In reality, it's too late to back out now, Naruto thought nervously. So he tried to play it cool. Thank you all for granting me such an honor. As I will not fail you, I expect hard work in return, he said. Yes, sir, everyone replied. I can't believe I said that. Yami isn't feeding me a script anymore, Naruto thought as he was very close to having a heart attack. 2 weeks later, Tempest with peace having returned, hopefully for more than a couple of months. The village once again celebrated with a feast and party. After that, Wendy found herself having to name every orc, immediately regretting it as she learned there were a total of 150,000 of them in total, and thus begged Naruto for help as to cut down the work from 10 to 5 days. Of course, Naruto could not spend the time with his goblin friends as he had more work to help manage, as the village itself had grown into a city with the help of the orcs, especially now that they have more housing and a sewage system. As of this day, the orcs are working hard to create roads, but that isn't all that's under a lot of construction. Especially with Naruto being able to put the remaining undead to work on building an administration building for the village. Naruto stood with Sans, who grinned at the construction. I guess this is where it all begins, Naruto said. Really? I think this is where it ends. You're using a tomb, Sans points out. As Sans said, they were using the upper building of the Tomb of Nazarick as the basis of new building. Of course, everyone from there was parting ways from it. Still, the former denizens were trying to best to not be sad because their original journey is over, but happy because it happened. Seriously, this old piece of crap should be falling down by now. Why are we just taking it apart and adding to the new building? Sans asked. We're not doing that, and don't call it crap, Sans, Naruto said. He then sighed. Look, I'm rebuilding the interior, which is underground. Don't ask how I moved it. It's a weird story and only Yami can word it. We're using the foundation to build the new building, he explained. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Nothing says good luck like building over a burial ground, Sans said sarcastically. How's your brother, by the way? Naruto asked as Sans slapped his forehead. I don't know why you gave me a brother. He's worse than Gabiru, Sans said. After the war ended, Gabiru was exiled by his father, the chieftain. Now he, along with the other exiles and a few lizardmen working as envoys, were Naruto's subordinates, meaning they had to put up with his antics, as well as a skeleton that Naruto created using a bone from Sans along with some other spare parts he kept in a bag. Be careful now. We cannot merely demolish such art. Unfortunately, this is real voice of Sans' brother, Papyrus. Naruto sighed. It's always my fault. Though I wouldn't be here if Albedo wasn't my stalker, he said as Sans nodded. At least she's hot, Sans said as Naruto chose to ignore that remark. By the way, what happened to that human guy you found? What was his name? He asked. Oh yeah, Yagura. He woke up after the war. It took longer than expected, but he's adjusting, Naruto said as he watched the deconstruction go on with the tomb. That's cool and all, but is this seriously safe? This is a burial ground, Sans repeated. Let it go, Sans, I literally manipulate the undead, Naruto replied. Oh yeah? Sans said. Careful! Papyrus screamed before a pair of goblins fell from some scaffolding. As I have said, you have to be careful. Lord Naruto must be under constant stress like I am when dealing with incompetent fools, he said. Who made your brother the manager? Naruto asked. Sans looked at Naruto with surprise. I was going to ask you that, he said fearfully. We at least have an HR department, right? He asked. When I asked for volunteers, Albedo nominated her axe, Naruto answered as Sans' eye holes widened. We're a mess, Sans said. We'll be good soon, Sans. We have to be patient and hope there's no a series of incidents and conflicts in the near future, Naruto said as Sans nodded. Warning, Gazel Dwargo and his Pegasus Knights have been detected, Great Sage said. Eh? Where? Naruto asked nervously. Answer, the sky, a few meters northwest of your current position, Great Sage answered. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw Gazel and his knights arriving via a squadron of Pegasus. Naruto's eyes twitched as he swears that he just jinxed himself. Sans, lock everyone up in the cellar and find me an attorney, Naruto yelled as he started running towards Gazel. Does Albedo's axe count as an attorney? Sans asked. No one's weapon counts as an attorney, Naruto shouted as he tried preventing another crisis. Chapter 11. Center of the village. Naruto was mentally cursing his bad luck, wondering why that when there's peace, there's a new danger every couple of weeks or months. For crying out loud, the village now housed proper housing instead of huts. Naruto himself finally has a house with a stove that he can't burn down. Now the Pegasus Knights are here with Gazel for whatever reason. Stay cool, remember what everyone taught you. No silly business unless there's the time for laughs. Naruto thought as he took a deep breath. There's only a time for laughs when we're at the bar yelling at each other. Or if Yami decides to somehow bypass my poison immunity. He thought. I will help you, but I will not take accusations or insults, Yami said in his head. Okay, just stop me when I'm about to say something stupid. I didn't exactly have a lot of adults to guide me. Shuna literally taught me how to make food without getting salmonella the week she arrived here. Naruto mentally replied. Just speak respectfully and don't give Gazel any stupid nicknames. He's not the Sandaime or Jiraiya, Yami said as Gazel arrived. Suddenly, Kaijin ran to Naruto's side and bowed his head as Gazel arrived. Naruto proceeded to do the same as a sign of respect, since he definitely wanted to avoid conflict with an entire nation. The orcs were one thing, but there would likely be a calamity if the king of dwarves declared war. Your Majesty, it's good to see you, Kaijin said. It is an honor for you to visit my humble abode, Your Majesty, Naruto greeted. Gazel gave them a stoic yet neutral look. And how have you been, Kaijin? He asked. I've been living well, Kaijin answered. Gazel then looked at Naruto. The dark slime, he said. Okay, that felt rude. He doesn't even know what I am, Naruto thought. Don't say any of that, Yami told him. Still, try saying something like this, he said before forcing a detailed speech into Naruto's head. While I do appear that way, I would prefer to be referred by name, Naruto said before standing up. Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Naruto Tempest. Recently, I've become the Chancellor of the Jura Forest Alliance, he said very formally. If Gazel is surprised by the revelation, he didn't show it. This alliance is recently new and it's not like the alliances of vast empire despite recent growth. Now that I have formalities out of the way, how may I help you? Naruto asked, hoping for good things. I will get straight to the point. I am here to determine your worth, Gazel answered. My worth? Naruto asked him. He probably means that he wants to see who you are as a person, Yami suggested. Gazel then drew his sword. I will judge you, using the steel of my weapon, he said, surprising Naruto. If you insist on being Chancellor of this forest, then it's up to me and my sword to put you in your place, he said. What an asshole, Naruto thought. Unless all that talk is for nothing, I suggest you bring forth an equally worthy weapon, Gazel said. But my sir, don't do this, one of Gazel's advisors said, trying to object to this challenge. Would a fight not be the best way to settle this dispute? Gazel asked. Naruto snorted as he didn't need Yami's advice by this point. I'm not the type to run away, even from a king. I hope you don't go back on your word, because I never do, he said as he sent a mental signal to Yami. When suddenly, Naruto partially transformed into a symbiotic as a katana came out of his chest. Once it was extended far enough, Naruto pulled out the blade and reverted back to normal, where he raised his blade at Gazel, who did the same. If you can defend against my onslaught of attacks, I will declare you the winner here and now, Gazel said, surprising Naruto again. I should warn you. While I am a king, I am also a master swordsman, he said. Naruto snorted. Good, where I come from. The leader has to be the wisest and strongest among us, Naruto said, as Gazel can respect that level of thinking. Before the duel began, Trainee appeared and was surrounded by a strong wind. The soldiers of Dworgen were shocked by the Dryad's appearance. If that is what you wish, then allow me to act as a witness, Trainee said. A Dryad? I see, perhaps I was wrong to judge you so quickly for calling yourself a leader, Gazel said with a new form of respect for Naruto. However, that will not stop me from evaluating you, he said as he was still serious about this fight. Which made Yami think. Remember what you said earlier about the Hokage? He quickly asked. That you have to be wise and strong to be one, Naruto replied. Gazel may be a strong opponent, but he's not a musclehead. There's more to this duel. So try to win this fight, Yami said. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Then if I win this, you have to tell me the real reason you're here, King Gazel, he said. Gazel smiled. You are quite perceptive, he said. Begin, Trainee said as Naruto rushed forward. Even with great speed, Gazel blocked Naruto's strikes, which didn't stop or slow down as Naruto's agility kept Gazel on his toes, but not enough to make him flinch, as he could see that Naruto was still a novice before parrying his next strike, sending Naruto flying back with the blonde boy landing on his feet with grace. Naruto proceeded to find himself on the defensive as Gazel surrounded him with a flurry of attacks. Naruto thanked his spider sense that he was able to block each incoming strike as Gazel moved quickly enough to escape Naruto's eyesight, with the last attack having enough pressure to make Naruto slide back a couple of feet. This guy is definitely stronger than most jounin from Konoha, Naruto thought before changing his stance. Still, I can't let him beat me, he thought before Gazel changed his own stance. Here I come, Naruto. Haze, thunder of heaven and earth. Gazel shouts as he suddenly disappeared from Naruto's sight. Once again, the spider sense loudly alerted Naruto. Above, he thought, raising his blade up with both arms. Naruto stopped a sudden strike from Gazel, who suddenly appeared again. Naruto gritted his teeth as he used a lot of strength to keep Gazel's pressure from crushing him. This commitment to winning impressed Gazel enough to make him smile in approval, before laughing wholeheartedly. I can't believe you blocked my attack, he said. Enough, the winner is Naruto Tempest, Trainee announced. Gazel sheathed his sword. Now that I know the truth, I can tell that you are not a malicious being, he said. Naruto's sweat dropped. I've been trying to tell everyone that since I arrived, he said, but this blunt reply was ignored. I'm impressed that you saw through my haze, thunder of heaven and earth attack, Gazel said while gripping Naruto's shoulder. Naruto sighed. It was more like luck. I was lucky to find teachers who had the patience to teach me, he said. Still, the training is tough, but I learned to appreciate my sensei, he said. This caught Gazel's attention. Who is your master? He asked before gasping, as Hakuru appeared. Good work, Lord Naruto, though you should give yourself more credit, he said. You're the savant, Gazel said with genuine surprise. You don't look anything like the little boy I found in the forest. You are much bigger now, Hakuru said, revealing that he personally knew Gazel. Oh my mistake. I mean King Gazel, he said as he bowed. I am impressed to see that you have suppressed my own skill with the sword, he said proudly. It's an honor to receive such a huge compliment, Gazel said while rubbing the back of his neck. So Hakuru was Gazel's master too. I guess it's cool to see how connected everyone is, Naruto thought as he listened to the exchange. That night, with pleasantries over, Gazel decided to go straight to business. Well, only after everyone started celebrating and thanks to the construction efforts. Everyone was enjoying drinks and food at a more nice venue, a Japanese-style building where some of them were enjoying themselves while Naruto spoke with Gazel and his advisor. So in other words, you're basically here to ask about the Orc Lord and who brought them down, Naruto summarized. That's about it, yes, Gazel said as Naruto poured him a drink. I wanted to see whether they be friends or enemies. Now you understand, he added, seeing as how Naruto was appointed Chancellor of this forest by Trainee a few months ago in a private meeting, along with the fact that Trainee and her people are a rare sight to behold as they are famous for guarding the forest of Jura. It did make sense that Gazel was not aware of all the details. Besides, someone stronger than the current most powerful threat will gain a lot of attention from equal or greater individuals like Gazel. Naruto, are you interested in entering a treaty with me? Gazel asked, surprising Naruto. If you were to gain control of everything in this forest and the surrounding areas, it's possible that you could obtain power and wealth beyond my own nation. That is why it's imperative you gain support from another nation, he explained. Naruto felt uneasy. Okay, that sounds awesome, don't get me wrong, Your Majesty, but are you cool with it? I mean, it's a big deal to consider a forest full of monsters as a country, he said cautiously. I understand that, but I can see that it is more likely for the both of us to benefit and profit with recent events, Gazel replied. It would be a terrible idea to refuse, Yami said. Okay, I'll accept the deal, Naruto said. Thank you, so all that's left is for you to pick a name for your nation, Gazel said. He's got me there, we can't be the no names. Actually, that kind of sounds cool for a rock band, but not a country. Naruto thought. You made a name for the village, just combine the names of the alliance and the village name, Yami said, but wouldn't it be redundant in a way? Tempest City and Tempest Country or something, he asked. It can't be that difficult, Yami said, making Naruto sigh. Naruto did come up with a name after a moment of thought. Okay, I'll call it the Jura Tempest Federation, he said. That's an excellent name, Gazel happily said. That's our lord, Cheyenne shouted. Then if that's our true name, then we should rename our village into Naruto, Rigard suggested. Actually, I don't think, name it after my big brother, Wendy yelled. Naruto face-palmed. We didn't need to change our capital name. I guess Tempest felt too plain or something, he thought. At the very least, Naruto scored a treaty with the nation of Dwargen and a proper name for his new country. Along with his capital, the very center of the village where it all started. A week later, Naruto looked at the hall leading to Nazarik's lower levels. As the whole underground was being remade as a side project, Naruto saw Yami eject himself from his body and went down the hole, where he proceeded to come out with various corpses. Is this remotely okay? I mean, some of these were real people, Naruto asked. Sans, who was with Naruto, shrugged. I don't know. For all I know, I was probably some happy farmer or a dangerous criminal, he said. I guess that's true. I found your bones on the ground and put them in a bag, Naruto said as Yami came out with clothing. I found this, Yami said as he presented a Lolita dress. I doubt Wendy's going to want that dress, Naruto said as Sans nodded. That's when Albedo arrived. Lord Naruto, I was hoping to ask you about. Oh, I see you found Shaltir, she said before a skull fell out. I never took our strongest floor guardian to be so bashful, she said with a giggle. There is nothing more morbid than this, and I'm a skeleton, so that's saying something, Sans said with a frown. Naruto started thinking. Well, to be fair, I have seen a lot of, okay Kami. The Happy Farm, we have to destroy the Happy Farm, he yelled. What the heck is a Happy Farm? Sans curiously asked before Naruto ran to the hole. I, Chancellor Naruto Tempest, command you Death Warriors to help me destroy the Happy Farm, Naruto screamed as he prepared to jump in. Only for Great Sage to warn him about incoming Pegasus Knights. Naruto groaned as he signaled for his incoming undead forces to go into standby. Naruto stood up straight and looked up to see Gazel arriving with a burlap sack over his shoulder. Hopefully the Dwarf King wasn't hoping to add clean laundry to the treaty. Okay, everyone behave and be respectful. Albedo, if anyone asks, you are my secretary, Naruto said. Albedo frowned. Why cannot I not be the advisor? She asked. I gave that title to Yagura. Because Yagura was the leader and won't call for a genocide, Naruto answered. Didn't he? He was under the influence of someone else, like Kobayashi on Martini Mondays. Naruto interrupted as Gazel arrived. Greetings, Naruto, Gazel said in a friendly manner. Suddenly Kaijin, who was nearby, took a knee. Welcome, Your Majesty, he greeted. Welcome, King Gazel, Naruto greeted. I thought in accordance with our newfound friendship, I would share a gift, Gazel said as he dropped the bag. Naruto sighed. Please don't let it be dirty laundry, he mentally pleaded. The bag opened up and revealed a dazed-looking Vesta. You know, we've been thinking of building our own laundromat, he said. Apparently cleaning dirty clothes was not such a bad thing anymore. However, Gazel was kind enough to not force such a thing, along with the fact that it would be stressful to travel this far just to clean clothes. No, I would like to drop off Vesta and let him join you, Gazel said. But Vesta is the Minister of Science in Dwargen. Wouldn't this affect the kingdom's research? Kaijin asked. The dwarves will surely suffer without his knowledge, he adds. Bold words from someone who left Dwargen himself, Gazel said as Kaijin winced. Our nations are allies now, sharing resources is what we do. It will help your country expand, he said. That much is true, Yami spoke up before jumping into Nazarik's lower floors. Yes, like the stranger just said, Gazel said before looking down at Vesta. Vest, I want you to study here. Devote yourself to this new nation, he said. Vesta climbed out of the bag and bowed his head. I promise I will live up to your expectations, my king, he said, before turning to face Naruto. Lord Naruto, Kaijin, I am truly sorry. If you would allow it, it would be my honor to serve you, he said solemnly. Having another researcher in town would be a big help, Kaijin said before facing his new leader. Listen, Naruto, if anything happens, I will take responsibility. I will supervise Vesta, please say yes, he begged. Naruto thought it over. Well, Kaijin, you're one of the smartest guys I know, so I think I'll trust you, he said. Congrats, Vesta, you're hired, he said. Thank you. I promise I will give you nothing but my best effort, Vesta promised. Good, I'll hold you up to it. Anyways, I think Yami already set up a lab. He could probably get you one set up and everything, Naruto said as this intrigued Vesta. Actually, speaking of sharing knowledge, I realize there are some things that are not meant to be discovered. In other words, I still have a happy farm to destroy. Albedo, cancel all my other appointments, he yelled as he jumped into the hole with several death warriors. Albedo nodded. Very well, that clears up today's schedule, she said before facing Gazel. It's been a pleasure, King Gazel, and you are welcome to return any time, she said. Gazel stiffened as he got a good look at Albedo. Yes, thank you for the courtesy, he said before immediately hopping onto his Pegasus. That's when a crowd appeared and clapped as the Pegasus Knights left, all wishing the king a safe journey back home. All the while Wendy looked around before noticing Gabiru and his subordinates around. Hey, who invited you here? Wendy asked. Carla felt suspicious. Yes, please explain before we consider this trespassing, she said as Gabiru felt nervous. I, the great Gabiru, have decided to travel here and assist you in any way possible, Gabiru said proudly. Cheyenne, help me throw away this trash, Albedo said as she pulled out her axe. Gladly, Cheyenne said as she busts out her sword. Gabiru waved his hands in fear. No, wait! The real reason we are here is because we were banished, he yelled before all 4 lizard men kneeled before Wendy. I swear, we will prove to be useful to you, so please. Suddenly Gabiru's sister stepped forward. My brother knows what he did was wrong and wishes to pay his debt, she said. Aren't you a captain or something? Wendy curiously asked. Gabiru's sister kneeled. I am, but unlike my brother, I was not exiled, she answered. Hey! Gabiru yelled as his feelings were hurt. Instead, my father sent me here hoping that I learn more about the world, the sister said. You didn't follow me here because you missed me? Gabiru asked with sad eyes. You know, the sister replied, making Gabiru face fault. Wendy giggled. That makes sense, but you should wait a bit. Naruto should get a say in this, she said. Where is that fool anyways? Carla asked before hearing warfare coming from the hole. He said he was destroying the happy farm, Albedo answered. Wendy whined. Happy farm? But where are all the cute animals going to go? She asked with sad eyes. For once in her existence, Albedo felt disturbed. Lady Wendy, it's not that kind of farm, she said. It could be the fact that Albedo has a new master and Naruto's compassion passed on to her, but Albedo didn't want to talk about this. None of the monsters in this new country could stomach the idea of a torture shop used to kill people to make magic scrolls. Sure, she still hated humans, but the thought probably disturbed most of the people. Though, it's easier to learn new powerful skills in this time, so a few low-level scrolls aren't that important. Inexplicably long time later, with the lizardmen now being recruited as a sign of goodwill from Gabiru's father, Naruto accepted Gabiru, much to his own chagrin, and the rest into the village, helping name the lizards men who all evolved into dragon newts. Though some of them, like Sokka, Gabiru's now named sister, developed a human-like appearance. With that, 2 teams were made among the dragon newts. One team would work under Sui as a spy and reconnaissance network. The others work in the cave to farm healing herbs like the ones Wendy constantly ate to make potions. The second team also work as indirect security for Vesta's lab, where he makes potions, which happens to be next to Yami's lab, which he keeps secure on his own. Naruto tried to ask what his counterpart was up to, but the guy is, in his words, being a secretive jerk, when remembering Yami's refusals. Now, while it may be cruel, there are quite a few issues he forced Wendy to handle, since she's basically Naruto's second in command. Though it's not really an issue, like any other nation in the world. There are people arguing over stupid things. Instead of money, influence, or internal conflict, everyone is arguing about what dress would look cute on Wendy. I swear, The only serious person who doesn't get involved in that stuff is Queen Shigat. Even if she does find Wendy adorable, that woman is focused on the more important stuff," Naruto said as Albedo gave him the paperwork. "That's why she's practically the only one available for less common yet more important meetings, my lord," Albedo said. Then Naruto noticed something. "Hey, did you get a new outfit? It looks kind of nice," he asked. Albedo smiled as she revealed her own pantsuit. "Well, I thought it was time for a change of uniform during work hours," she said. Naruto nodded. "Aranya outdid herself?" he said. "Yes, she did. I am so happy I didn't squish her when we battled," Albedo said cheerfully. Naruto chuckled awkwardly to himself. "Yeah, I think she appreciates that too," he said. Suddenly, they heard a knock at the door. As Naruto told them to come in, they saw the Yondaime Mizukage himself walk in. "Hey Yugura, how are things?" Naruto asked. "Fairly optimal in a span of a few months," Yugura said as he pulled out a small list. All the while briefly looking back at recent events. Flashback: the day Yugura woke up, all Yugura could see were the horrible atrocities he caused. The genocide and the sadistic shinobi who followed through on his orders because of their bloodlust. Whether or not it was a sense of duty, the destruction of people solely because their biology granted them a rare ability does not excuse one's actions. All Yugura could do was blame the man with a spiral-shaped mask and himself for not having the willpower to break free. His nightmare ended once he woke up and found several green-skinned people looking at him. "Look, he's waking up. He looks weird. Give him some space." Suddenly, Yugura sat up and started panting. "Where am I?" he asked. "The village, of course," one of the goblins asked. "What village?" Yugura asked. "Tempest," another answered. Yugura tried to stand only to feel exhausted. "Careful, buddy, you woke up from a coma. We can fetch our leader if you want," he said. Yugura still felt some pain and exhaustion but decided to listen to the goblins in his presence. As Yugura waited for their leader, he was surprised to see Naruto, and even without knowing his real age, he was surprised to see such a young man leading a fairly large settlement, as by then, the goblins and Exceeds had built a large organized community with sustainable resources including food and shelter as well as decent security. "And that's pretty much the village. Anyways, care to explain what happened to you?" Naruto asked him that day. "It's a long story." Yugura said he wasn't sure how to explain the bloody civil war in Kiri. "I have time and I can understand," Naruto said before revealing his headband that was in his pocket. Yugura was shocked. "You're a Konoha shinobi?" he asked. "Yeah, I was hoping we could help each other out. I've been in this weird place for a couple of years and the human settlements never heard of Konoha or the other villages," Naruto explained with a sigh. "Not like these guys know either. They were close to dead until Wendy and I found them," he added. "Wendy?" Yugura asked. "A little girl I adopted as my sister," Naruto answered. "I suppose we can talk. Maybe this is all some sort of divine punishment," the former Mizukage said solemnly. "Hey, don't beat yourself up. We can help each other out," Naruto said as Yugura still had some doubts. Though after a good talk and with recent time, Yugura decided to accept a temporary position in the village. While his image as a good leader may have been replaced by a tyrant at home, the Mizukage thought it would be a good chance to help out others with their own struggles. In the future, one of those struggles would not be arguing about what dress to make Wendy wear. End of flashback. As Yugura ended his thoughts, he handed some small notes to Naruto. "I do recommend the occasional discipline. Everyone may practically worship you, but some tend to act like fools," he said as Naruto groaned. "Albedo Dano, please put your weapon away," he said before hearing a 3F hit the ground. Naruto sighed. "Thank you, Albedo. If you only Cheyenne would be as obedient when it comes to her sword and the kitchen," he said. Suddenly the door opened and Circe came inside. "Hello, Chancellor. I thought it would be good idea to bring you all drinks," she said. "Hold the pork," Naruto said. "I did not enchant them. I even brought one for Yami-kun," Circe said. "Yami-kun? When did this happen?" Naruto asked as Yami refused to come out. Circe giggled. "That's a secret," she said as she placed down a plate of tea. "Well, thanks. Anyways, what's up with our staff, Yugura? You said some of them are being idiots?" Naruto asked as he took a cup. Yugura sighed. "As of this morning, we've had repeated complaints from groups being led by Gobta. Naturally, they are not of malicious deeds, but the local women would prefer he not flirt with them on duty, or ever," he said. Naruto rolled his eyes. "I think I'll keep that limited and talk with Gabda," he said. "Then there's Gabiru." Naruto already hit his head against the table when he heard that. While his group have finally figured how to plant the herbs and not the weeds, they tend to slack off, and just yesterday, Sokka had found them singing and dancing. Yagura explained. "With all that work and how little Wendy left behind, I can imagine they need some fun," Naruto said in an understanding manner, before looking at Yagura's serious face. "How often do they do it?" he asked. "I think Sokka wrote down an average for me on that note," Yagura answered. "Circe, I want you to bring tea to Gabiru's group and poison them," Naruto ordered. "Will that not reduce efficiency?" Circe asked curiously. Yami suddenly sprouted from Naruto's head. "It really will, unfortunately," he said before going back. "Now you choose to come out?" Naruto asked incredulously. "I see Yami-san is not always cooperative," Yagura commented. "Yami-san is indeed very difficult to communicate with," Albedo said in agreement. Circe pouted. "So rude, you are all ganging up on Yami-kun. It's not fair for him," she said. In reality, Yami couldn't care less. He's a sentient creature based off of Naruto's negative thoughts, but he also has free will to act like someone else. Though he's not Sasuke level of hostility, he definitely doesn't want to act soft-hearted like Naruto usually does. "I think it's time we all get some fresh air," Naruto said as to relieve the tension, as well as get a better look at the village. Outside, a while later, Naruto waved at the passerbys while also watching as foreign individuals enter and leave the village, with signs of business growing steadily and allowing the economy to grow. As he moved, he was stopped by Kurobe, who called out for him. The Kijin happily ran up to Naruto with a box with one of his newest works. "Lord Naruto, I'm glad I found you. I just finished up a small project for Shuna and decided to show you this new prototype," Kurobe said as he pulled off the lid of the box. "You sure do look proud about making stuff, Kurobe. Are you sure you don't feel tired with the big work piles we give you in Kaijin?" Naruto asked. Kurobe laughed at the question. "Not really, in fact I welcome it. I thought after losing my home, I would never make anything again," he said truthfully. Naruto smiled hearing that. "I'm happy to hear that you still have that passionate love for your skill. Still, this prototype is unique," he said as he pulled out the weapon. "To be fair, Kaijin did most of the work. I just had to make the outer layer, especially making sure all the parts connected," Kurobe replied. Albedo looked closely at the prototype. "Lord Naruto, what exactly is it?" she asked. "This is a gun, my dear assistant. Similar to the one CZ uses," Naruto answered as he pulled out a heavy pistol. "Actually, Kaijin did approach CZ a few times to study her weapon. In return, she did ask for stuffed animals," Kurobe said while pulling out a little toy. "Actually, we might be able to have some people make more of these. There's also requests for one in the shape of Lady Wendy," he said. Naruto chuckled. "I bet Wendy would love that. Are you guys making one of me next?" he asked. "Anyways, the weapon seems to function, but I thought you would want to test it first," Kurobe said as he ignored Naruto's question. "Cool, now about the stuffed toys," Naruto said. "If you want, we can call CZ to help you during the testing," Kurobe said, ignoring him again. "Answer the question," Naruto demanded. "Of course, we also have ammunition for you to utilize," Kurobe finishes. Naruto groaned. "I guess I'll have to settle with this alone," he said as he inspected the gun. Since the weapon was foreign like most of what was held in Nazarick along with most of what Kaijin used to work on, Naruto felt the weapon to be exotic and really felt that congratulations were in order. Especially with this weapon being a smaller version of CZ's magic gun. Though it did feel heavy, the handle was big and there was space in the trigger for his fingers so it would be easy to grasp. Though the barrel was large and the ammunition probably attributed to the heavy weight as well. "I'm guessing this is one of those slow but heavy style weapons," Naruto thought as he randomly fired at a tree, causing a giant hole to appear where he hit it. "Wow," he said. "I see your accuracy is nothing to be shy from Lord Naruto," Kurobe complimented. "Yes, quite amazing, my lord," Albedo agreed. "It doesn't matter what my accuracy is. This thing could have destroyed the whole tree if the ammo or gun was stronger," Naruto thought incredulously. He looked at the gun once again in awe. Still, this thing can probably be powered up in the future. Though, is it right to just ask Kaijin and Kurobe to make an entire set of weapons for me? He wondered while looking at Kurobe's excited face. So what do you think? Kurobe asked. It's really cool. Though, I think there's still a lot of potential. That or I'm super weak. Naruto answered as he showed his shaking hand. Kurobe nodded. Maybe it's the heft or the impact when you release the projectile. I'll see to it that it improves, he said as Naruto handed him back the weapon. Also, that thing about the plushies I mentioned, Naruto said, only to be ignored again. A little while later, taking some time for himself, Naruto passed by the school just as classes had ended. There he saw Wendy, Kana, and every other child run out. Everyone looked so happy and excited as the educational day. Big brother! Wendy called out as she hugged Naruto's knees. Hey Wendy, how was school? Naruto asked. It was good, Wendy answered. Very active, Kana commented. That's good, I wish my school was fun. Still, if you two don't end up as dumb as me, Naruto said. You're the smartest person I know, Wendy said. Naruto chuckled in response. Then you haven't paid attention to Yami's existence, he said. To be fair, Naruto was right. Excluding the fact that Yami is more focused and trying to be a scientist or something. The darker half was literally just a thought in Naruto's mind that came to life. I can attest to that, Ram said as she passed by. And then there's Ram being blunt, Naruto said while crying anime tears. Ram, why are you always like that? Ram asked. Ram smiled at her sister. Lord Naruto is just playing dramatic sister, she said, surprising her twin. Still, his other half is quite intelligent, she admits. With Yami groaned as he left his lab and looked out to see what was causing the noise. Where he saw the lizard men and Gabiru singing and dancing like this was a dinner theater. Instead of completing the important task of planting those herbs. What in the world are you all doing? Yami screamed. Suddenly Gabiru and the rest all fell flat on their faces. As Yami's scream interrupted their folk-style dancing and immediately turned around to face Yami. Sir Yami! We didn't realize you were there, Gabiru shouted fearfully. We were merely expressing our joy to work under you and your brother, Lord Naruto, he added. Yami raised a brow at the last comment. Was Naruto technically his brother? He remembered finding a lot of books of mythology from Nazarick and the strange stories of pagan gods, including the strange ways that the pagans had given birth to their children and brethren. So that left Yami wondering, was he technically Naruto's brother? He did just sprout out of him like a plant. Yami shook his thoughts before his mind could continue rambling. Luckily, Sokka arrived to bring him back to reality. I'm sorry, Sir Yami. I'll make sure to keep my brother in line, Sokka said while bowing apologetically. Then I will leave it to you to administer punishment, Yami said before going back to his lab. Oh, thank goodness you came, Sokka. Sir Yami was about to. Asterisk slap 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 asterisk. Yami heard the sounds of slapping and shrieks of pain caused by Sokka as he slammed his door. Going back to his lab, he moved over the various tools and items he collected in the past months. Where he moved over to a pair of giant test tubes containing a pair of Naruto's body doubles surrounded by Wendy's healing potion. Unlike the shadow clones, Yami was able to keep these bodies alive and inactive for his experiment. Though they started to physically change as one of them developed a slightly more pale complexion and a lighter shade of blonde hair, making it look white under some lighting. Yami looked down at his journal as he considered making another entry. While my mind is more focused and capable of learning academics and other subjects more proficiently, it seems as though many mysteries elude me, but that is what learning is. Questioning the unknown and trying to come up with theories to find an answer. For now, all I know is this material is not that of a spider. I believe some sort of parasitic creature tried to attack Naruto. It was either too weak to consume him, or the Kyuubi tried to affect him. Regardless, it fused with his genetic material and now he has its power. A weaker version of Wendy's predator technique, but overall he can occasionally steal characteristics, but a spider seems to be the dominant animal. Only now, as I continue to study, I still require to live off of Naruto's nutrients by attaching myself to him, as eating and sleeping for me is less effective. However, that may change if I can fuse with the one of the bodies and become an independent creature. While I'm at it, maybe I can increase my counterpart's intelligence by moving that naivety into the other body. Yami gave a rare laugh. No, that is impossible. Perhaps he should sign up for the school or at least read a book. Nazarick has a few interesting tomes, he said to himself before looking at the containers again. Looking at the pale body double, Yami adjusted the levels of the potion and removed the top of the container off, where he proceeded to physical break down his body and slither towards the body double, where he proceeded to attach himself to the body. It wouldn't be too long before Yami was able to control the body and made it move around in an attempt to gain cognitive function. Here goes nothing, Yami thought before his new body ended breaking the glass and the potion's essence leaked out. With Naruto, later that night Naruto was sitting next to Logan at the newly built bar. The rough-looking man appeared to be content with the drink in hand. Your dried friend seems to know her stuff, Logan commented. Naruto looked at the bartender in confusion. Trainee, did Nyo hire you? He asked. Trainee smiled as she always does. I am always happy serve, she said. Naruto just blinked at the response. So I heard they are making plushies of Wendy. I guess I'm not famous enough to get some in my appearance, he said. Logan snorted. I guess no one likes you, kid, he said. It's not funny. I helped build this place too, Naruto argued. Then I suggest attributing yourself to heroic deeds, Naruto-san, Trainee suggested. As it is, what was once only a meager village has become a nation dependent on you. Your actions today will affect tomorrow and so on. You will have your stuffed toys eventually, she explained. That or be adorable. Everyone wants to buy cute crap, Logan said before gesturing for Trainee to give him a refill. Naruto groaned. Maybe I can change my appearance or something. It can't be that hard for someone to want a plushie of me, he said. I am sure Shuna-san wouldn't mind one, Trainee suddenly said. Sorry, what was that? Naruto asked as he suddenly heard Shuna's name. Although, she would likely neglect you for Wendy, Trainee said. Logan started laughing. That's cold coming from a dryad of all things, he said as Naruto frowned. Suddenly the door opened. No one better be mentioning my little sister, Benimaru said as he came in. What happened? Naruto asked. Benimaru sat down on the stool next to Naruto. I'd rather not talk about it, he said. Then can I offer you a drink, sir? Asked a new voice. Hey, can I also get? Kurt, you work here too? Naruto asked as the blue-skinned man was wearing a bow tie. As a matter of fact, I do, Kurt said as he put down 2 glasses. Also, no alcohol for you, my friend. I don't want the stench to hurt little Wendy's nose, he said. It's cool, I don't want another late-night encounter, Naruto said, making Benimaru and Logan pause. What the hell do you mean by another encounter? Logan asked. Naruto sighed. The first time, Albedo helped me get home and helped me cook for Wendy and Kana's dinner, he said. Then why did you make it sound worse than it is? Logan asked. Naruto sighed. Because even though I got over my poisoning or whatever it was, I took Albedo home and the next morning, Shuna found Albedo's gloves and gave me a scary smile, he explained. Logan sighed and Kurt shook his head. Trainee frowned but said nothing as she kept her eyes closed. Benimaru only face-palmed as he knew the type of personality his sister had. Though he's surprised by how jealous Shuna sounds in this story. That night, I started feeling sick again. So I ran into Cheyenne, so I ran away from her. Since I didn't want Wendy and Kana to be poisoned by her bad cooking. Naruto continued to explain. Then you gone on and done something right, sugar, said a familiar voice. What the? How long have you been here, Aranya? Naruto asked. Too long, honey, you have more issues with women than you do as a politician, Aranya said as Kurt gave her a drink. Trainee shook her head. Lord Naruto, if I may offer some advice. Unless you plan to make Lady Wendy and her descendants your successors, you need help with the opposite sex in order to continue your line, she explained. What is that supposed to mean? Naruto asked. It means you suck at the dating game, kid. Still, it doesn't matter since you're still not mature at your age, Logan pointed out as he asked for another drink. It may help that you do not pursue my sister, Lord Naruto, Benimaru suggested as his bangs covered his eyes. Calm down, Benimaru, we're all friends here. No need to threaten Naruto, Kurt said as he started to sweat. Blue has a point, Red. I get you may be protective of your sister, Aranya tried to say. When Benimaru interrupted her. I'm protecting Lord Naruto from Shuna. Earlier today during training, Shuna arrived to berate me in front of everyone about my dirty room and waved around my underwear, he exclaimed. She was talking about how much of a slob I am in front of others. Going on about how she found my underwear on the floor. He said, feeling embarrassed. Kurt gave him a lemony drink. Take this, my friend. I would give you something stronger, but Shuna may get angry at myself for getting you drunk and letting a bad musk enter your shared home. He said with sympathy in his voice. If it helps, this is Yami's fault. Naruto spoke up. Don't blame that little critter, Naruto, Aranya replied. It's his fault. He even told me that he purposely made me drunk, bypassing my poison immunity because he didn't have one at the time. I don't even know how he got drunk, Naruto argued. Sure, play that game, Aranya said, denying that excuse. Tonight's round of drinks are on the kid, Logan said. Cheers, Trainee said as she handed a tray of glasses to everyone. Hey, Naruto tried to argue. Meanwhile, at Naruto's home, taking a massive upgrade from the little shack he lived in. Naruto had a legitimate house built to house him and the girls with proper rooms and a kitchen. The house wasn't big enough for multiple guests, but it was good enough to hold medium-sized meetings. As it came with a mini hall and an office when it came to the small stuff. Naruto even offered his council to use his house for meetings for small things, but Rigord and everyone deemed their arguments about Wendy's dresses to be very important. As of right now, not even the girls were home yet. Which Yami didn't expect as he started web-swinging towards the house. Naruto isn't home yet, he's probably at the new bar or training. If either, probably on some emergency business, Yami told himself as he landed on the roof of the house. At least this place is sturdy. For now, I should probably borrow one of the suits Aranya gave him. I can see how Naruto feels about wanting real clothes. My symbiote side feels like overgrown body hair, he kept saying before heading inside. Heading inside, Yami quickly snuck around and entered Naruto's office, where he messed around with some hidden mechanism Naruto installed. For someone being okay with the bare minimum, or at least wanting more for someone else's sake. Yami didn't like the secret extravagant side of Naruto when it came to his special suits. As several wooden floorboards opened up to reveal some glass display cases. Now which ones looks the best? Yami asked as he read the names. Noir Scarlet Amazing Spider Punk Unlimited. Yami tilted his head at some of them. I can't even tell what Aranya's motivation is. I expected some orange outfit with a regal essence, he said before picking one out. The next morning Naruto yawned as he strolled all over the town to keep track of everyone's progress, as well as punching Gobta over the head when he tried to convince Wendy that playing hooky was cool. The exact last thing he wanted, since he didn't want anyone to run headfirst into everything while also acting clueless. However, his real concern was the lack of a certain companion. Where's Yami? Naruto asked out loud. Lord Naruto, Geld called out. Oh, hey big guy. How's it going? Naruto asked. Geld patted one of the construction projects. Very, I'm glad you asked. I think we can have this building finished before summer ends, he said. Actually, I meant how well are you doing? I don't want you and your friends to literally work to death, Naruto said. Geld shook his head. While I accept the kind gesture, my tribe and I are happy to work and continue creating this prosperity, he said as he gestured to the growing village. At least until they heard an explosion in the distance. Geld and Naruto ran towards the explosion and found Ranga looking embarrassed as he looked at a destroyed building. Now Geld suddenly looked stressed and tired by the sight of the destruction, with Naruto feeling the same as Cheyenne and Wendy came crawling out of the debris. Are we under attack? Naruto asked. Ranga whined. I apologize, Lord Naruto. I was so determined to prove my worth during times of peace that I trained my best in Lady Wendy's shadow to the point that I caused this destruction, he explained. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. Ranga, I think it's time we go for a walk, he said. I cannot. I deserve punishment, Ranga pleaded. I meant that figuratively, like maybe get that energy out of you. I think Baskerville is also feeling overly excited, Naruto said as he heard his pet whine. Besides, Geld here said he's happy to work, he said while patting the orc's arm. Geld's eyes twitched. Actually, that reminds me. I think we found a potentially unique recruit. He said he doesn't expect handouts and is willing to work, he said, secretly hoping to dump this work on someone else. No thanks to Ranga getting overexcited with his training. Sure, you wanna come, Wendy? Naruto asked. Yes. I wanna meet them, Wendy said as she jumped into Naruto's arms while in slime form. All the while Cheyenne looked slightly jealous that she wasn't able to hold Wendy's slime form. While loyal to Naruto, Cheyenne really wished Wendy would let the Kijin hold her more often. Unknown to her and Shuna, there's a limit to how long Wendy wants to be held. Especially since both girls get jealous very quickly and fight over Wendy to the point they stretch each other out. Wendy shivered as she fears this happening whenever the two are together in her presence. I wonder if Naruto can shapeshift into a slime too, Wendy thought as she snuggled into his arms. You hanging in there, Wendy? Naruto asked while receiving a nod. In Yami's lab after a long night out, Yami tested his new body. While it was a lot better to have a physical one, his biology was more or less the same as Naruto's. Meaning his can break down into a goop-like substance and still attach himself to objects and people. By this point, we're just bullying Gobta, Yami said out loud. Because he used Gobta as a test subject. Then again, he's going to say or do something to invoke everyone's ire. So it won't matter. Still, it seems that I have a bad nutrient deficiency, he kept saying before walking into his lab. When he suddenly heard a loud crash followed by some objects being toppled over. Yami immediately ran inside thinking someone broke into his lab, finding it very serious as Gabiru and all of the dragon newts were accounted for and working on the plants. Changing his arm into the form of a pickaxe. Yami looked around for the cause of destruction when he saw the second body he kept in a container had broken out. What was shocking about this sight was the fact that the body had changed and developed a mind of its own. Now, the body had turned female like Naruto's sexy jutsu and started to stumble around and knocked various things over. Hold still! Yami yelled out. If you are able to understand cognitive thought, then listen to my words, he said as the female clone stopped moving. Yami carefully moved towards the female in an attempt to avoid scaring it. There is a chance that, unlike himself, the female was nowhere near his exact level of intelligence, and that she merely stopped because she heard Yami's voice. Okay, now, can you tell me who or what? Yami was interrupted by a kick to the face, sending him crashing through the door. The female looked around the lab she was born in, where she looked at one table that held a skeleton wearing a familiar Lolita dress. The female tilted her head in confusion before taking the skeleton out, where her face contorted into that of a symbiote's, and started to devour the skeleton. When finished, the female reverted back to normal and smiled just as Vesta arrived. Yami-san! Is everything alright? Vesta asked only to see the naked female. The female immediately pulled Vesta towards her with a web. She then grabbed Vesta and took off his lab coat and put it on herself. Then dropping Vesta on his ass before walking out of the lab where she ran into Gabiru's squadron. Halt, intruder! Identify yourself! Gabiru yelled. Also, put on some clothes. We can still see your nude body even though we don't want to. Another nude yelled. That too! Gabiru added as his face turned red. The female tilted her head. Naruto Tempest, she said. Huh? Gabiru asked. Naruto Tempest is my name, Naruto said before jumping over the newts and dashing straight for the exit. Yami quickly tried to web up the steel doors. Don't let her escape, he ordered as Naruto dashed right at him. Back with Naruto. Naruto shivered. What was that? He asked. I don't feel anything, Wendy said. Weird. Anyways, who is this new friend of yours, Geld? Naruto asked as they approached a building near the crops. Lord Naruto, Lady Wendy, this is Pyotr, Geld said as he presented a tall muscular man who was helping build the foundation. Pyotr turned around and smiled. Greetings, your lord and ladyships, he said politely. Hey, no need to be stiff, big guy. Just call us by our names, Naruto said as he extended his hand. Pyotr smiled as he took the hand and shook it. Very well, he said. So what brings you to this small, fairly large town? Naruto said as he caught his mistake. The tiny village which housed frail goblins and tiny cats no longer existed. Naruto had to remind himself that it was a small country now with strong ties to the dragon newts, dryads, and now the kingdom of Dworgen. Pyotr sighed. My sister and I are vagrants, with misfortune following us until we came across your orc friends, he said. I was hoping to prove my work ethic in exchange for food and shelter, he said. That sounds reasonable. You only eat if you work, but we tried to keep it fair, Naruto said as he didn't want to overload Pyotr. So, what are your talents? He asked. I was born with this unique ability to transform into metal, Pyotr said before all of his flesh was replaced with a shiny metal. That's cool. Naruto complimented. Super shiny too, Wendy said as she rubbed her slimy hand on Pyotr's arm. Wendy, don't touch people without their permission. That's considered rude, Naruto said gently. Sorry, Pyotr-san, Wendy said. Pyotr chuckled as he transformed back. There is no need to apologize. I think the children have taken a liking to the strong workers, he said as some goblin children were hanging on to Geld. I see, I guess everyone loves gentle giants. Wouldn't you say, Geld? Naruto asked as one child was hanging onto his biceps. It seems so, Geld said as he gently put the child down. That's when Ororo arrived with a fresh harvest. Now, children, have your pick at a fresh fruit and let the men do their work, she said. Suddenly all of the children ran up to the dark-skinned woman and grabbed something out of her basket, leaving the remaining orcs to continue their work for the day. That reminds me, the rainy days are coming towards the beginning of summer, Ororo said. That sounds like a good sign. Otherwise, summer is going to kill us with this heat, Naruto said. Ororo laughed at the reaction. Nature is just nature, Naruto. As long as you do your job to protect it, it will in turn allow you to prosper, she said. Unless Gabda says something about trainees' weight again. Apparently dryads can manipulate the weather, Naruto said as Ororo nodded. Then remember to respect nature and a woman's boundaries, Ororo replied. Anyways, back to the topic. Welcome on board, Pyotr, we're glad to have you around, Naruto said as Pyotr smiled at the kind gesture. When all hell broke loose. Lord Naruto, watch out. Something from Sir Yami's lab has broken free, a voice yelled. Naruto turned around in confusion. What? Yami actually created a monster? He asked when something landed in front of him. Not something, rather someone, and that was Naruto, who landed in front of Naruto and moved her face towards his. Naruto suddenly felt confused as he sensed no danger coming from the half-naked female version of himself. What heck? I don't remember using my sexy jutsu, Naruto said, sounding confused. Pardon? The sexy what? I didn't know you had a twin sister. Naruto only scratched his head in confusion. Wait a minute, did Yami make you in his lab like a mad scientist? He asked. Naruto tilted her head. Yami gave me a body, but I was born in your mind, big brother, she replied. Oh no, don't tell me my female form has a conscience now, Naruto said with a sigh when Naruto suddenly hugged him. I have a big sister now? Wendy asked before Naruto picked her up and hugged her too. Yup. I'm your big sister, Naruto, Naruto exclaimed. Could someone get this poor girl some clothes? Ororo asked. Pyotr looked at Geld in confusion. Does this happen often? He asked. Geld shrugged. Typically this usually involves someone threatening the village's destruction. So no, he answered. Ironically, before Naruto's arrival in her search for Naruto, the female counterpart ended up defeating large waves of individuals before making her way here. So Geld was half right, there was destruction involved but no threats or intentions of everyone and everything being destroyed.